Have you heard? The Yi family actually chose a good-for-nothing as their new patriarch. More than that, he was so furious at the succession ceremony that he coughed up blood, and he still hasn't woken up. The biggest joke in Yunxiao City is none other than him. The mockery came wave after wave, like knives stabbing into my brain. I snapped my eyes open. So, I finally made it. I pushed myself up and gasped for air. The air was real. The bed was real. And I was still alive. Before I could even catch my breath, a flood of unfamiliar memories slammed into my mind. My name was Yi Suifeng, the newly appointed patriarch of the Yi family in Yunxiao City, and also the trash everyone kept talking about. Just yesterday, at the succession ceremony, the Li family, our sworn enemies, had sent over a huge box of qi and blood pills. Those things were only fit for cultivators at the early qi refining stage. They had presented them to me in front of the entire city, making it blatantly clear that they were humiliating me. The previous Yi Suifeng couldn't take it. His rage made his blood and qi surge out of control, and he died on the spot. Then I arrived. I had originally been an ordinary young man from Blue Star, but I was forcibly bound to a strongest AFK system. During my transmigration, an accident occurred, and I ended up trapped in the chaos, drifting for so many years that I had long lost count. Now, at last, I had landed. I rubbed my temples. A piece of trash, so why did he become patriarch? I quickly searched through my memories and soon found the answer. The Yi family was different from other clans. There was no internal strife here, and no one stepped on me just because my cultivation was low. I was the only heir of the main branch. So they pushed me to the position. Simple. Direct. If I was bullied, they would all stand up for me. If anything happened to me, they would fight with their lives on the line. A family like that. I liked it. Interesting. I threw off the blanket. At the bedside, a girl of about 14 was reading a book. Hearing the movement, she immediately looked up. The next moment, she threw herself at me. "Dad, you're awake." My body stiffened. "Dad." More memories surged in. Her name was Yi Huang, my only daughter. Her mother had died from complications during childbirth. All these years, the previous Yi Suifeng had raised her alone. Looking at the face before me, 7 parts like my own, I couldn't help but smile. I had only just transmigrated, and now I suddenly had a 14-year-old daughter. That was one hell of an experience. Yi Huang, however, stared at me as if she had seen a ghost. "Dad, you smiled? Am I not allowed to smile?" "No, that's not it." She hurriedly shook her head, but her eyes had already turned red. "Ever since Mom passed away, I've never seen you smile." I raised a hand and ruffled her hair. "That was the past. From today onward, things will be different." Yi Huang stared at me blankly. Just as she was about to speak, a crisp voice suddenly rang out in my mind. "Ding! Today's AFK task has been completed. Host, please collect your AFK rewards in time." I sat bolt upright in an instant. The system was still here? "Dad, what's wrong?" I looked at Yi Huang and waved my hand directly. "Xiao Huang, go outside first. But your body. Go. Now." My tone turned firm. Yi Huang jumped in fright, but she didn't talk back. "Okay, I'll be right outside. If anything happens, you have to call me." The moment the door closed, I immediately opened the system. The instant the panel popped up, my breathing stopped. Low-grade spirit stones, 356 quintillion. Mid-grade spirit stones, 36.5 quintillion. High-grade spirit stones, 3.65 quintillion. Spirit crystals, 365 quadrillion. Immortal stones, 36.5 trillion. Immortal crystals, 3.65 trillion. I stared at the endless rows of numbers and raised a finger, counting from beginning to end. 1, 2, 3. When I got to the end, I fell silent. Not because I didn't want to speak, but because the numbers were so absurd that I didn't even know what to say. While I had been trapped in the chaos, the AFK mining had apparently never stopped. Every day, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Every day, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Every day, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. And it had kept digging all the way until today. I slapped my thigh. What's even the point of struggling now? Money was no longer a problem. I immediately switched to the second tab. AFK cultivation, 1 trillion years. Pending extraction. I stared at the words 1 trillion and swallowed hard. 1 trillion years of cultivation. All right, Let's try 1 year first as a test. I gave the command directly. Extract 1 year of cultivation. Boom. An utterly pure force instantly poured into my body. I had originally only been at the 3rd layer of chi refining. But under the impact of that power, every bottleneck shattered like paper. Chi refining, 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer, 7th layer, 8th layer. In just a few breaths, I broke through 5 levels in a row. I clenched my fist, felt the explosive growth of power within me, and laughed. 1 year, and I'm already at the 8th layer of chi refining? Then let's keep going. I continued extracting cultivation. Chi refining, chi transformation, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, spirit transformation, void fusion, tribulation transcendence. My realm skyrocketed all the way upward. No bottlenecks, no backlash, and no need for bitter cultivation. In less than the time it took to burn an incense stick, I had rushed straight to the great perfection of the tribulation transcendence realm. Just as I was about to continue extracting, a muffled thunderclap suddenly rang out over Yunxiao City. Rumble. A wild wind rose. Dark clouds pressed in from all directions toward the Yi family, and lightning churned madly inside them. I looked up and immediately stopped extracting. The thunder stopped abruptly. The dark clouds filling the sky rapidly dispersed. I extracted again. Rumble. The thunderclouds instantly came back. I stopped at once. The black clouds dispersed again. I raised an eyebrow. Got quite the temper, huh? Again. I extracted. The heavenly tribulation gathered. I stopped. The tribulation dispersed. Extract. Gather. Stop. Disperse. After several rounds, the lightning in the clouds churned frantically, as if it had been enraged by me to the point of striking at any second. Standing by the window, I crooked a finger at the sky. You want to strike me? Then come down. Boom. The thunder shook the windows until they trembled. I immediately cut off the extraction. The thunderclouds, which had looked so menacing just moments ago, once again dispersed helplessly. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. After teasing it for a while, I was satisfied. In total, I had only used 5,000 years of cultivation. Compared to 1 trillion years, that wasn't even enough to count as pocket change. As for my realm, temporarily stopping at great perfection of tribulation transcendence was more than enough. After all, according to my memories, the strongest people in Yunxiao City were only at the Golden Core realm. At this point, I could probably crush them into the ground with a single finger. I closed the system and pushed open the door. Yi family, prepare to welcome your new patriarch. By now, it was already the latter half of the night. Yi Huang was still crouching outside the door. She was hugging her knees, curled into a ball. The moment she heard the door open, she jumped to her feet. Dad, why are you still here? I was worried about you. She stared at my face, then looked me up and down. Your complexion? What about it? It's much better than before. I burst out laughing and patted my chest. Relax. Your dad's in great shape now. Yi Huang still looked puzzled. I held her by the shoulders and looked at her seriously. Xiao Huang, what happened today will never happen a second time. And those people waiting to laugh at me won't be laughing for much longer. Really, when have I ever lied to you? She pressed her lips together and nodded heavily. I believe you. That's more like it. Hurry back and get some sleep. Don't you still have alchemy class tomorrow? The moment I said that, her expression dimmed. There's no alchemy class anymore. What do you mean? Today, all of the family's alchemists, artifact smiths, and array masters left. The smile on my face faded. Who poached them away? I heard it was the Li family. As expected, the Li family had first humiliated me at the succession ceremony. Then, while I was unconscious, poached the Yi family's instructors. They were trying to stomp the Yi family into the dirt in one go. Yi Huang lowered her head. From now on, we probably won't be able to study properly anymore. Who said that? She looked up. I gently patted her head. If a few people leave, the Yi family is supposed to collapse? They're not that important. But they were all 5th grade masters. 5th grade, that's all. I turned toward the direction of the Li family. Their leaving on their own is their loss. Go back and sleep. I'll handle it tomorrow. At daybreak, I went straight into the family council hall. 3 ancestral rules of the Yi family hung on the wall. Those who betray the family without cause, kill. Those who undermine family unity, kill. Those who deliberately oppress their own clansmen, kill. Simple. Brutal enough. And it was precisely because of these 3 rules that the Yi family had remained united to this day. The doors were soon pushed open. 4 middle-aged men entered one after another. Yi Suiyun and Yi Suyu were in charge of the Yi family's businesses, finances, and resource allocation. Yi Suihu and Yi Suibao were in charge of the family's martial force and the resource sites outside the city. They were all my cousins, and also the Yi family's key decision-makers. I turned and sat down. Everyone's here. Let's begin. Yi Suiyun did not sit down immediately. Instead, he stared at me for a long while. Big brother, is your body really all right? No problem. But yesterday you were. Yesterday was yesterday. I cut him off and tapped my finger on the table. I obtained a stroke of fortune. From this moment on, the Yi family no longer needs to fear anyone. The 4 exchanged glances. Clearly, they didn't believe me. I didn't bother explaining. Suehu, did all the family's instructors run off? Yi Suehu slammed a hand onto the table. They all ran. We never treated them badly. But the moment the Li family beckoned, they turned around and left. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. His face flushed red, and he launched into a string of curses. Though he never named names, the urge to drag those traitors back and beat them half to death was written all over him. Yi Suiyin pressed him down. That's enough. Getting mad won't solve anything. He turned to me. Big brother, the Li family really is behind this. They offered a higher price and poached all 3 instructors away. What are you planning to do? Yi Suibao immediately spoke up. Hire replacements. The younger generation of the family can't be delayed. Alchemy, artifact forging, and formations all need someone to teach them. But Yi Suiyu shook his head. We can't hire anyone. Why not? Big brother, you just took over, and there's gossip everywhere. Those masters all think the Yi family is about to fall, so none of them are willing to come. What if we offer more money? We already did. And still no one came. They'd rather wait and see. The council hall fell silent. Yi Suiyun said in a heavy voice, if there's really no other option, then we can only lower our standards. If we can't hire 5th grade masters, we hire 4th grade ones. If 4th grade won't come, then 3rd grade. No lowering standards. I rejected it outright. All 4 turned to look at me. I leaned back in my chair. The 3 who left before, were they all 5th grade? Yes. How much were they paid per month? Around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. I nodded. Cheap. Far too cheap. Then find 6th grade masters. Yi Suiyun froze for a moment. Big brother, what did you say? I said, find 6th grade masters. Yi Suihu frowned. There are so few 6th grade masters in Yunshao City that you can count them on one hand. Their status is extraordinary. They'd never accept employment from a family. That just means the price isn't high enough. But the asking price of a 6th grade master. As long as he dares to name it, I dare to pay it. The 4 fell silent again. Yi Suiyu cautiously asked, Big brother, what kind of fortune did you actually obtain? You'll find out soon enough. I looked at Yi Suiyun. Spread the word today. The Yi family is recruiting alchemists, artifact smiths, and formation masters. As long as they're capable, they can name their own price. 6th grade gets priority. 7th grade too. If an 8th grade master comes, I'll welcome them personally. The corner of Yi Suiyun's mouth twitched. Big brother, there aren't any 8th grade masters in all of Yunshao City. Then let people from outside come. I tapped the table. If the Yi family is replacing its instructors, then we'll replace them with the best. The 4 looked at each other, then finally nodded. Fine. We'll do it. I continued. Any other problems? Yi Suiyu immediately spoke. Yes. He opened an account book, his expression ugly. The cultivation resources for the family's younger generation have to be reduced. Why? The family is out of money. He pushed the account book toward me. These past few years, the output from the resource sites outside the city has been getting worse and worse. The Li family also keeps sending people to harass us, and they've stolen away a lot of business from our shops. The Yi family's income can no longer support its expenses. How much does the younger generation use each month? Yi Siyu answered immediately. Direct descendants receive 50 spirit stones, 10 bottles of qi refining pills, and 10 bottles of bone strengthening pills each month. Collateral branch disciples receive 30 spirit stones, 5 bottles of qi refining pills, and 5 bottles of bone strengthening pills each month. adding in various rewards. That's at least 100,000 spirit stones per month. Alchemy, artifact forging, formation work, and talisman crafting also consume extra materials. And once you include cultivation methods, spirit artifacts, and training grounds, just raising the younger generation costs 1 million low-grade spirit stones per month. After saying that, he let out a heavy sigh. If we don't cut back now, the family can last at most 3 more months. Yi Suiyin picked up where he left off. Let's reduce it by 30% first. Yi Suibao frowned. 30% is too much. It'll affect the children's cultivation. And if we don't reduce it, are we supposed to just watch the family get dragged down? The two sides were just about to start arguing when I raised a hand and tapped the table. That's enough. All four quieted instantly. The younger generation is the future of the Yi family. Not only can their resources not be cut, they must be increased. Yi Suiyu thought he had misheard me. Increased. That's right. I held up one finger. Starting today, all fixed cultivation resources for every family member will be doubled. Yi Suiyu shot to his feet. Big brother. I'm not finished. I raised a second finger. All alchemy herbs, artifact forging materials, and formation materials will be supplied without restriction. As long as they're not deliberately wasting them, whatever they need, give it to them. Even Yi Suiyun couldn't stay seated anymore. Big brother, do you know how much that will cost? Yes. At least 5 times what we're spending now. So what? Yi Suiyu's eyes were practically red with anxiety. Big brother, that's 5 million low-grade spirit stones every month. We can barely come up with 1 million now. If you do this, you're not raising the younger generation. You're pushing the entire Yi family into a dead end. Yi Suiyu said nothing, but he stared at me intently. Clearly, he also thought I had gone mad. I didn't argue. I simply took out a storage pouch and tossed it to Yi Suiyun. Smack. The pouch landed in his hands. There are 1 million spirit stones in there. Use them first. If it's not enough, ask me for more. Yi Suiyu's face twisted with frustration. Big brother, even if there really are 1 million, it'll only last a few days. Did you even listen to what I just? He abruptly stopped, because Yi Suiyun had grabbed his arm. Hard. And he was trembling. What are you doing? Be quiet. Yi Suiyun stared fixedly at the storage pouch, his breathing growing more and more rapid. He slowly opened the mouth of the pouch. The next moment, dazzling spiritual light burst into the sky. The entire council hall was illuminated. Spirit stones were stacked in neat piles, and the spiritual energy they emitted was so dense it was nearly tangible. Yi Suiyu only took one look before his body froze. Yi Suiyu and Yi Suibao both stood up at the same time. This spiritual energy. These aren't low-grade spirit stones. Yi Suiyun reached in and pulled one out, his voice trembling. High-grade. They're all high-grade spirit stones. The council hall fell completely silent. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Converted into low-grade spirit stones. That was 10 billion. Yi Suiyu stared at the storage pouch, his mouth opening and closing, yet not a single word came out. Just moments ago, he had been worrying about 5 million low-grade spirit stones a month. Now 10 billion had been dropped directly in front of him. Yi Suiyu suddenly turned to look at me. Big brother, all of this is for the family? Otherwise, that's 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Is that a lot? All four stared at me. Meeting their shocked gazes, I lightly tapped the table with my finger. 1 million is only the first payment. From now on, Yi family disciples will never have to worry about cultivation resources again. Cultivation methods, we get the best. Pills, we get the best. Spirit artifacts, the best as well. If someone has talent, I'll shower them with resources. If anyone dares to touch someone from the Yi family, I'll bury them under resources until they die. Yi Suiyun held the storage pouch in both hands, his eyes already red. Big brother, that fortune you spoke of, it's even greater than what you've seen. I rose to my feet and swept my gaze over the 4 of them one by one. Now remember what I'm about to say. From today onward, the Yi family does not need to look at anyone else's face. The Li family wants to steal our instructors? Let them. They steal 3 5th-grade masters. I'll hire 6th grade and 7th grade masters for the Yi family. They cut off our sources of income. I'll smash out a new road with spirit stones. If they want to go to war with the Yi family, I pressed a hand onto the table. and the aura of great perfection, tribulation, transcendence flashed out for only an instant. Boom. The chairs behind all four of them exploded at the same time. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all retreated in unison. But I had already withdrawn my hand. Then we fight. We fight until the Li family disappears from Yunshao City. After the meeting ended, Yi Suiyun and the other three walked out of the council hall clutching the storage pouch, their steps unsteady. Before entering, they had already prepared for the worst. Cut resources, shut down businesses, maybe even sell off part of the family's assets. As long as they could survive the current crisis, tightening their belts and enduring a few hard years would still be manageable. But what was the result? Not only were resources not reduced, they were doubled across the board. Pills would be supplied without restriction. Materials for artifact forging, alchemy, and formations could all be used freely. And with a casual flick of the Patriarch's hand, an entire 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Even after walking quite a distance, Yi Suiyu was still clutching the storage pouch, occasionally lowering his head to look inside. Big brother really gave all this to us. Yi Suiyun drew a deep breath. Then why don't you go back and return it to him? Yi Suiyu immediately hugged the pouch tighter. Why should I? Weren't you the one objecting the most just now? I was worried about the family, and now you're not. With 10 billion low-grade spirit stones, what the hell do I still have to worry about? The four looked at each other and all burst out laughing. The haze that had weighed on their hearts for years seemed to be swept away in that very moment. Inside the council hall, I stood by the window and watched their departing figures, stroking my chin. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Did I give too little? After all, that amount, in my system storage, wasn't even worth mentioning. But on second thought, I let it go. Going from frugality to luxury required an adjustment period too. Giving too much all at once might not be a good thing. Once they got used to it, I could always increase it gradually. I turned around and picked up the 3 dossiers on the table. Zhang Ziming, 6th grade alchemist. Hu Chuang, 6th grade artifact smith. Dong Tianji, 6th grade formation master. These 3 were the most famous masters in all of Yunshao City. Not only was each of them highly accomplished in their respective field, but their cultivation was also above the Golden Core realm. Even the 3 great families had to send calling cards in advance and wait politely if they wanted to see them. As for hiring them as guest elders, that was out of the question. The 3 had different personalities, but they shared one trait: pride. Extreme pride. I casually crushed the dossiers into a ball. Hopefully, you know how to be reasonable. After all, I hate using force the most. After a brief cleanup, I left the Yi family estate. The Yi family was located in the most prosperous central district of Yunshao City. Not long after I stepped outside, the streets on both sides grew lively. Vendors called out one after another. The fragrance from the restaurants drifted through the air. At the roadside, there were many spirit fruits and snacks I had never seen before. Yunshao City had a permanent population of nearly 1 million. In terms of prosperity, it was no less bustling than a modern metropolis from my previous life. Leaning inside the carriage, I lifted the curtain and looked out. A rich, lively atmosphere washed over me, making me feel a long-lost sense of reality. Once I finish handling the family's affairs, I should take some time to look around properly. I wonder what food in the cultivation world tastes like. Half an hour later, the carriage slowly came to a stop. I stepped down and looked up. A 5-story pavilion towered into the sky, with streams of people coming and going at its entrance. On the signboard above, 3 bold characters danced across the plaque. Danfeng Pavilion. This name, why does it sound a little suspicious? I shook my head and walked inside. On the first floor of Danfeng Pavilion, only low-tier pills were sold. Though their grade was not high, business was booming. Long lines formed before more than a dozen counters, and the air was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. I had no interest in wasting time, so I went straight to the steward on the first floor. Inform Zhang Ziming. Yi Suifeng, patriarch of the Yi family, has come to see him. The steward sized me up from head to toe, a trace of contempt in his eyes. Of course, he had heard the name Yi Suifeng, the new patriarch of the Yi family, a piece of trash at the Qi refining realm. At his succession ceremony, he had even been angered into coughing blood and fainting by a gift of qi and blood pills, becoming the laughingstock of all Yunshao City. If some other decision-maker of the Yi family had come, he might have shown a little courtesy. But me? The steward replied coldly. The pavilion master is refining pills and has no time to receive guests. Patriarch Yi, please leave. I raised an eyebrow slightly. My divine sense spread out silently, instantly covering the entirety of Danfeng Pavilion. A moment later, I smiled. At the very top floor of the pavilion, an old man with flowing long hair was reclining on a couch, leisurely eating grapes. Refining pills? With his mouth, perhaps? I'll give you one more chance. Take me to see Zhang Ziming. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The steward's expression turned completely cold. For all these years, no matter who came to Danfeng Pavilion, they had to behave politely. Even the Tang family patriarch didn't dare throw his weight around here. Yet a mere Yi Suifeng actually dared threaten him? The steward waved his hand. Several burly men immediately stepped out from the surroundings. Their blood and qi were vigorous. All of them were clearly golden body cultivators. Yi Suifeng, I've heard of you. The steward sneered. Other than your identity as patriarch of the Yi family, you're nothing but a trash cultivator in the qi refining realm. This is Danfeng Pavilion, not your Yi family. I'd really like to see what exactly you can do to me. I smiled too. Since you want to see so badly, then open your eyes wide. As soon as the words fell, I stepped in front of him in a single stride, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him straight into the air. How dare you? The 4 golden bodyguards attacked at the same time. Spiritual power erupted, and fierce winds howled from their fists. Every strike aimed directly at my vital points. I didn't even turn my head. Scram. The single word fell. Boom. A terrifying force swept outward. The 4 guards couldn't even touch the edge of my clothes before they were struck as if head-on by a primordial beast, their bodies flying out instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Tables and chairs exploded. Counters collapsed. The men were sent flying more than a dozen meters and smashed heavily into the wall, coughing up blood before fainting on the spot. The once noisy hall fell silent in an instant. Then the crowd erupted completely. Someone actually dared make a move in Danfeng Pavilion? Those men were all golden body cultivators, and they couldn't even block a single move from him. I recognize him. He's Yi Suifeng, the newly appointed patriarch of the Yi family. Wasn't he only supposed to be at the 3rd layer of qi refining? The crowd was filled with shock and uncertainty. As for the steward in my hand, his eyes were bulging so wide that not a trace of his earlier arrogance remained. Why you're not in the qi refining realm. Can you see clearly now? I smiled faintly. If you can, then take me upstairs. With that, I carried him and stepped onto the staircase. Danfeng Pavilion had 5 floors in total. Each floor had cultivators stationed there. People kept rushing out to block me, but not one of them was even qualified to approach me. I merely released the slightest thread of my aura, and they were all struck as if by a heavy blow, sent flying one after another. Wherever I passed, people and furniture overturned alike. Before long, I reached the top floor. Bang! I pushed open the door. Zhang Ziming stood in the middle of the room, staring at me with a dark expression. He had already noticed the commotion below. But not only was he a 6th-grade alchemist, he was also a late-stage golden core cultivator. In all of Yinshao City, there were very few people he had reason to fear. Patriarch Yi, you barged into my Danfeng Pavilion and injured my people. Don't you think you've gone too far? I casually tossed the steward in my hand aside. Your subordinate doesn't understand the rules. I'm disciplining him for you. Insolence. Zhang Ziming was instantly enraged. He pressed 2 fingers together and pointed forward. Clang! A piercing sword cry rang out. A streak of golden light flew from his sleeve, tearing through the air and arriving before my glabella in an instant. It was a short golden sword. Also Zhang Ziming's natal magic treasure, nurtured for years with his own essence blood. He had shown no mercy. The moment he struck, he meant to grievously wound me on the spot. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. I raised my right hand and flicked a finger. Ding! My fingertip hadn't even touched the flying sword. An invisible ripple spread outward, and the golden sword came to a dead stop in midair. The next moment, the flying sword abruptly turned around and shot toward Zhang Ziming at an even faster speed than before. Zhang Ziming's pupils shrank sharply. He tried to control his own natal treasure, only to discover that the sword had already completely slipped out of his control. Buzz. The tip of the sword halted right before the space between his brows. Another half-inch forward, and it would pierce his skull. At the same time, an invisible wave swept through the room. Aside from the wooden table by the window holding the grapes, all other tables, chairs, screens, and vases disintegrated soundlessly. In the blink of an eye, they turned to dust. Zhang Ziming stood frozen in place, not daring to move in the slightest. Cold sweat streamed continuously down his forehead. He was a late-stage golden core cultivator, but he understood very clearly that if the person before him wanted to kill him, it would take only a single thought. That kind of power was already beyond his understanding. Senior, let's talk this out. Even his voice was trembling. I walked past the flying sword and sat down by the window. The sword slowly descended and lay flat on the table. I had not destroyed it. After all, it was Zhang Ziming's natal magic treasure. If I really destroyed it, he would certainly suffer a backlash. I had come here today to hire teachers for the family, not cripple people. I picked up a grape and tossed it into my mouth. Cool and sweet. After entering my mouth, it even released a faint strand of spiritual energy. The taste really was quite good. So now, can we have a proper conversation? Yes. Zhang Ziming nodded repeatedly. Any instructions Senior may have, I will definitely do my utmost to fulfill them. Inside, stormy waves had already risen in his heart. He had never even heard of methods like the one I had just used. Even his own master, who was in the out-of-body realm, might not necessarily be able to do such a thing. Wasn't everyone outside saying that Yi Suifeng was a piece of trash? If this was trash, then what was he? Trash among trash? It's actually nothing major. I popped another grape into my mouth. The Yi family is lacking an alchemy instructor. I want to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Yi family and teach alchemy to the younger members of the clan. Zhang Ziming froze. That's it. You smashed your way through Danfeng Pavilion and pinned a sword to my forehead just to invite me to be a teacher? You should have said so earlier. If you had shown this kind of ability from the start, how would I have dared refuse? Zhang Ziming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced out a smile. To be able to serve Senior is my blessing. May I ask when Senior wishes me to report to the Yi family? So straightforward. I looked at him with an amused half-smile. You don't want to discuss compensation first. Zhang Ziming's smile turned even stiffer. For Senior to think highly of me is already my great fortune. How would I dare speak of compensation? But what he was really thinking was something else entirely. You already had a sword at my head. How would I dare ask for money? I shook my head. I'm not a bandit. If you work for the Yi family will naturally pay you. Name your price. Zhang Ziming stared at me for a long time, as if trying to determine whether this was some kind of fatal trick question. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't read anything from my expression. After hesitating for a moment, he tremblingly raised 5 fingers. Senior, though my strength is meager, I am still a 6th-grade alchemist. Under normal circumstances, my monthly compensation would need to be at least 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, that price is negotiable. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. For the great families of Yinshao City, that was not entirely unaffordable. But for a single guest elder to consume 500,000 every month, the cost-performance ratio was simply too low. The 3 great families had too many people to support. It was impossible for them to invest such an enormous price for a single 6th-grade master. But for me, 500,000. If it fell on the ground, I wouldn't even bother picking it up. 1 million per month, I said directly. But I have one requirement. When you teach the Yi family disciples, you must do so wholeheartedly. Zhang Ziming was dumbstruck. How much? 1 million. Every month. Of course. Zhang Ziming swallowed. He had assumed I would haggle. Instead, not only did I not lower the price, I doubled it on the spot. Just how rich was this patriarchy? Senior, you're not joking, are you? I have no interest in joking about something like this. I took out a storage pouch and placed it on the table. 36 million low-grade spirit stones. 3 years compensation, paid in full up front. After 3 years, if you don't wish to remain with the Yi family, you may leave at any time. I will not force you to stay. But during those 3 years, you must do your work seriously. If you take the money and don't do the job, I glanced at the golden short sword on the table. You should understand the consequences. Looking at the mountain of spirit stones piled inside the storage pouch, Zhang Ziming went completely blank. Paid first, and for 3 whole years in one go. He had never seen such a generous employer in his entire life. I took out a letter and tossed it onto the table. Report to the Yi family today. Once you arrive, find Yi Suehu. After giving my instructions, I turned and left. A long while later, Zhang Ziming's eldest disciple finally approached cautiously. Master, that patriarch Yi just now. He's already gone. Then what do you plan to do? Zhang Ziming looked at the storage pouch on the table, then at the room that had all but become ruins, and fell into silence. His disciple hesitated before saying, Master, didn't you always say you would never accept an invitation from any family? Zhang Ziming picked up the storage pouch and let out a long sigh. Your master did think that before, but he's offering simply too much. Zhang Ziming's issue was already settled. Next, there were still 2 more. Dong Tianji, the 6th grade formation master, and Hu Chuang, the 6th grade artifact smith. The contracts I prepared for them were also for 3 years. 3 years would be enough for the Yi family to undergo a complete transformation. During that time, I could also learn more about the situation on this continent and find more suitable talent. After 3 years, if they wanted to stay, they could continue to stay. If they didn't, I wouldn't force them. A twisted melon is never sweet. Of course, if they took the money and failed to do their job properly, that would be a different matter entirely. I got back into the carriage and headed first to the closer destination, Dong Tianji's residence. His home was located on the outskirts of Yinshao City, far from the bustling streets, with no tall buildings nearby. It looked like nothing more than a somewhat larger ordinary house. I stepped down from the carriage and walked to the gate. Knock, knock. I rapped on the door. Before I could even state my purpose, a distant, ethereal voice drifted out from inside. Patriarch of the Yi family, please go back. I raised an eyebrow slightly. You know who I am? The entire Yinshao city is talking about the Yi family's new patriarch. Naturally, I've heard of you. The voice was cold. I am not receiving guests today. I've come to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Yi family. Not interested. The price is negotiable. You can't afford my price. Say it, and let me hear it. The interior fell silent for a moment. Then a single word came through heavily. Scram. I stood outside the door in silence for a while. Then I let out a helpless sigh. What was wrong with this world? I came in good faith, yet one by one, none of them even knew how to speak properly. I clearly like reasoning things out. Why do they all insist on forcing me to use my hands? I reached out and pushed the gate open directly. Creak. The gate swung open, but the scene behind it was not an ordinary courtyard. It was a blood-red wasteland. The sky was dim. The earth was stained with blood. Pitch-black, baleful energy churned between heaven and earth as hideous, ghostly creatures crawled out of the soil, letting out piercing shrieks. They opened their bloody maws and lunged at me from every direction. The whole world looked like a living hell. A formation? I swept my gaze around and quickly saw through it. This was an extremely powerful killing formation. If an ordinary golden core cultivator fell into it, even if they didn't die, they would still lose half their life. Dong Tianji clearly knew my cultivation was only at the qi refining realm, yet he directly activated a killing formation like this. He wanted to cripple me? My gaze turned cold. You've really been given too much face. I took a single step forward. Boom. A vast aura erupted from within me. The entire blood-red world shook violently. The earth split open with one bottomless crack after another. The sky, meanwhile, resembled a giant mirror as countless fractures spread across it. The next moment, bang, the blood-red world exploded completely. All the ghostly creatures were instantly reduced to ashes. The illusion vanished, and I reappeared in the courtyard. Only now, the once spacious and tidy yard had become a field of ruins. Starting from the front gate, a passage several zhang wide had cut straight through the entire residence. Every defensive formation along the way had been crushed beneath my single step. At the end of that passage, a middle-aged man in gray robes lay on the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth, his face full of shock. He was Dong Tianji. You? How is this possible? His infernal slaughter formation was powerful enough to contend even against a late-stage golden core cultivator. Yet before me, it had not even lasted a single breath. No, I hadn't merely broken the killing formation. I had also crushed the several defensive formations behind it in one go. Looking at me as I approached, Dong Tianji couldn't summon the slightest will to resist. I walked over to him, casually dragged over a chair that was still mostly intact, and sat down. I'm a man who likes to reason. So now, can we talk about compensation? The corner of Dong Tianji's mouth twitched. Reason? You practically stomped my whole house out of existence, and now sat down to tell me you like to reason? But he didn't dare retort. Right now, all he wanted to do was curse the Li family. According to the intelligence provided by the Li family, Yi Suifeng was clearly supposed to be a weak-willed trash with low cultivation. Trash? What kind of trash could crush a 6th-grade killing formation with one step? What kind of trash could destroy several great defensive formations with aura alone? This wasn't false information. This was life-threatening false information. Senior. Dong Tianji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I was indeed disrespectful just now. I hope Senior can. I raised a hand and cut him off. There's no need for apologies. I came today to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Yi family. Name your price. Dong Tianji fell silent for a moment, then said cautiously, Senior, the path of formations consumes an enormous amount of materials, and my method of teaching differs from that of other formation masters. I require my students to personally set up formations themselves. So, it would take at least 500,000 low-grade spirit stones per month. When he finished, he looked at me nervously. I didn't bargain at all. I directly tossed him a storage pouch. Smack. The pouch landed in Dong Tianji's arms. 500,000 a month. 3 years compensation is all inside. As for formation materials, you won't need to prepare them yourself. The Yi family will provide everything. Dong Tianji froze. He had quoted 500,000 only to leave room for bargaining. Under normal circumstances, if he could negotiate it down to 300,000, he would already be satisfied. Yet I didn't waste a single extra word and directly paid 3 years in full. And all formation materials would be covered by the Yi family? Was there really such a good deal in this world? I only have one requirement. I said flatly, teach the Yi family disciples seriously. As long as you put your heart into it, money and materials are not a problem. Report to the Yi family today. Find Yi Suihu. After saying that, I tossed down another letter and turned to leave. As for whether Dong Tianji would take the money and run, I wasn't worried in the slightest. As long as he remained in Yunshao City, he couldn't escape my divine sense. Even fleeing the city would be useless. So what if he was a formation master? Before absolute strength, they were all just decoration. After I left, Dong Tianji sat motionless in the ruins, clutching the storage pouch, for a long time. Only after a while did he let out a long sigh. 500,000 spirit stones a month, and all materials reimbursed. With fear like this, it's no worse than the large families in the southern region. More importantly, my strength was simply too terrifying. Working under a powerhouse like that wasn't a disgrace to his status at all. He propped himself up, got to his feet, and glanced at the ruins filling the courtyard. Forget it. I'll pack my things and go to the Yi family. After leaving Dong Tianji's residence, I rushed non-stop toward the final destination, the 6th-grade artifact smith, Hu Chuang. The carriage stopped in front of a massive smithy. Before I even walked in, the dense clanging of hammering metal rang out. Clang, clang, clang. A wave of heat rushed at me. Dozens of young men stood bare-chested beside blazing furnaces, swinging heavy hammers again and again. The air was filled with the mixed smell of charcoal, metal, and sweat. I stood at the entrance and watched for a while. This is really the residence of a 6th-grade artifact smith. It looks more like a blacksmith shop. At that moment, a young man in a short tunic took the initiative to come greet me. Hello, how may I help you? His attitude was polite, his tone normal. I instantly felt a wave of relief. At last, I had finally run into someone who knew how to speak properly. I am Yi Suifeng, patriarch of the Yi family. I would like to see Master Hu Chuang. The young man quickly cupped his hands. Please wait a moment, Patriarch Yi. I'll report to Master right away. A short while later, he returned. Patriarch Yi, Master invites you to the rear courtyard. This way, please. I followed the young man through the smithy into the back courtyard. In the center of the yard stood 3 enormous furnaces. A few somewhat older young men were adding materials into them. Behind them stood a thin, middle-aged man in plain clothes with his hands behind his back, occasionally offering instruction. He looked more like a scholar than anything else. It was hard to connect him with the only 6th-grade artifact smith in all of Yunxiao City. Master, Patriarchy has arrived. Hu Chuang turned around and cupped his hands toward me. Patriarchy, please come this way. There was no contempt, no putting on airs, and certainly no telling me to get lost on the spot. My first impression of him immediately improved by quite a bit. The two of us entered the reception hall, where a servant brought over fragrant tea. I went straight to the point. Master Hu, I've come today to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Yi family. In your daily life, you would be responsible for teaching the younger generation of the clan the art of artifact forging. I wonder what your thoughts are. Hu Chuang didn't deliberately play hard to get. He merely showed a somewhat helpless smile. I appreciate Patriarchy as kindness, but I'm afraid I cannot agree. I wasn't surprised. If he had been that easy to persuade, the 3 great families would have already hired him long ago. Could you tell me the reason? Hu Chuang pointed toward the young people in the courtyard. When Patriarchy arrived, you must have seen them as well. There are many apprentices in this smithy. Their food, clothing, lodging, and the materials they need for artifact forging are all my responsibility. If I go to the Yi family, I'm afraid these brats will all end up drinking the northwest wind. As he said this, he chuckled first himself. I was somewhat puzzled. They didn't pay tuition? In this world, the price of pursuing study was extremely high, especially for money-burning professions like alchemy and artifact forging. Without sufficient wealth, it was nearly impossible to study under a 6th-grade artifact forging master. Hu Chuang lifted his teacup. These children are all ones I met during my travels. They come from poor backgrounds, but they have talent and are willing to endure hardship. They simply never had a chance. If no one gave them a hand, they might never in their entire lives even come into contact with the path of artifact forging. So I brought them back. I teach as many as I can, as much as I can. I looked at the young men in the yard, drenched in sweat. Only then did I understand why Hu Chuang had always refused the invitations of the 3 great families. He couldn't let go of these children, and he didn't want them to lose the only opportunity they had to change their fate. I stood up and cupped my hands seriously toward him. Master whose breadth of heart is truly admirable. Hu Chuang quickly waved his hand. It's only what little I can do. It's not worth mentioning. So as for the matter of becoming a guest elder, no. I shook my head. Precisely because of this, I want you to go to the Yi family even more. Hu Chuang froze slightly. What do you mean? Let me ask you one question first. Supporting so many apprentices, how many spirit stones does it cost every month? Hu Chuang hadn't expected me to still not give up. After thinking about it, he answered, if you count everyone's living expenses, along with artifact forging materials, it would require at least 2 million low-grade spirit stones per month. 2 million. That really was a shocking number. No wonder the 3 great families had all been unwilling to take over such a burden. Supporting one Hu Chuang was not difficult, but supporting him together with these dozens of apprentices? That consumed far too much. I held up 5 fingers. Hu Chuang frowned. 500,000. 5 million. The reception hall fell silent in an instant. Hu Chuang held his teacup, unable to react for quite some time. I continued. After you become a guest elder of the Yi family, you will receive 5 million low-grade spirit stones every month. And this entire smithy can move wholesale into the Yi family. All of the apprentices, without leaving a single one behind. You bring them all. They will still be your disciples. I will not interfere in how you teach them, nor will I force them to work for the Yi family. You will have complete autonomy. In ordinary times, you only need to spare part of your time to guide the Yi family disciples in artifact forging. Beyond that, all artifact forging materials needed by you and all your apprentices will be provided by the Yi family. As long as the consumption is reasonable, there will be no limit to the quantity. The tea in Hu Chuang's cup rippled slightly. He suspected he had misheard me. 5 million per month. All artifact forging materials fully covered. He could even bring dozens of apprentices with him into the Yi family, and he would still retain complete autonomy? Not to mention the 3 great families of Yunxiao City. Even stronger families in the southern region might not be willing to offer terms like these. Patriarchy. Hu Chuang's expression turned serious. With your resources, you could easily hire an artifact smith even better than me. Why choose me specifically? I smiled. There are many excellent artifact smiths, but artifact smiths willing to give poor children a chance are very few. What I admire is not only your ability at artifact forging, but also your character. You are willing to give them a chance, so I am willing to support you. Hu Chuang fell silent. When he had first arrived in Yunshao City, the Yi family, the Li family, and the Tang family had all invited him. But once the three great families learned that he also had to support so many impoverished apprentices, they all gave up. That wasn't really their fault. A family naturally had to prioritize its own interests. No one was willing to take out large amounts of spirit stones every month to raise a group of poor youths who had no blood relation to the clan. I was the first person to show support for him. Not only support, I had even offered terms beyond imagination. You're serious? Hu Chuang looked at me. Of course. Good. Hu Chuang put down his teacup and finally made his decision. I can bring the smithy and join the Yi family. And I will also do my utmost to teach the Yi family disciples. However, 5 million spirit stones is truly too much. I can handle these children's expenses myself. If the Yi family gives me 50,000 spirit stones a month, that will be enough. I waved my hand. It's not too much. You also need to cultivate. And I hope that in the future, you can take in even more talented poor youths. As long as their character passes muster and they are willing to work hard, however many come, the Yi family will support however many there are. Hu Chuang's breathing halted. But 5 million really is. Then 4,990,000. Isn't that only 10,000 less? If you still think it's too much, then 4,980,000. Patriarchy. That's not what I meant. Enough. I stood up and patted him on the shoulder. If money just sits there, it's only a pile of stones. Only by spending it in the right place does it show its value. You are willing to give these children a future, and I am willing to pay for that future. That is very fair. Hu Chuang stared at me blankly. For a long time, he said nothing. I took out the last letter and placed it on the table. Pack your things as soon as possible. It would be best if you moved into the Yi family today. Once you arrive, take the letter and find Yi Suahu. He will arrange accommodations for you. With that, I cupped my hands to Hu Chuang in farewell. This time, there were no threats and no fighting. Even long after I had left, Hu Chuang still stood in the reception hall, unable to calm his emotions. A young apprentice poked his head in through the doorway. Master, that patriarchy left? He left. What did he want with you? Hu Chuang lowered his head and looked at the letter on the table. A smile gradually appeared in his eyes. Inform everyone. Put down whatever they're doing and pack your things. The young apprentice froze. Master, where are we going? Hu Chuang turned and looked toward the group of sweaty young men in the courtyard. To the Yi family. From today onward, you can forge artifacts to your heart's content. You'll never have to worry about wasting materials again. The apprentices across the entire courtyard stood dumbstruck. The next moment, a huge cheer shot into the sky. Looking at those excited faces, Hu Chuang slowly clenched the letter in his hand. He knew, from today onward, it wasn't only the fate of these children that had changed. The entire Yi family was likely about to change completely as well. With this many spirit stones, how am I supposed to spend them? I sat in the study, staring at the storage pouch in front of me, feeling a little dazed. Big Brother had brought back 1 million high-grade spirit stones for the family. Suiyun was in charge of the finances, and he turned around and allocated 5,000 high-grade spirit stones directly to me. He said it as casually as if it were nothing. Third Brother, this is this month's cultivation budget. I had almost failed to catch the storage pouch. 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Converted, that was 50 million low-grade spirit stones. In the past, the Yi family's monthly cultivation expenses topped out at 1 million. Now it had multiplied 50-fold in one go. I picked up my brush and gritted my teeth. First, increase the monthly allowances for the family disciples. The clansman in charge of recording at the side asked carefully, by how much? Double it. And the pills. Qi refining pills and Qi blood pills. Double those as well. The man sucked in a breath of cold air. For everyone. For everyone. I glared at him. The Yi family has money now, and we're still going to have our own people cultivate like misers? What kind of nonsense is that? He immediately lowered his head and recorded it. But after calculating it all, the smile vanished from my face again. Only a few million had been spent. That was still far from 50 million. I tapped the table. Replace all ordinary pills with mid-grade ones. The clansman suddenly looked up. Third master, mid-grade chi refining pills cost several times more than ordinary chi refining pills. I know. Then even those little ones in the family who've only just begun drawing chi into their bodies will use mid-grade pills too? They will. I slapped the table. These little brats happen to be born in a good time. If we don't let them use them, what? Are we saving spirit stones so they can breed? The clansman's mouth twitched, and he hurried to keep writing. And the alchemy hall. Low-level spirit herbs have always been in short supply, right? That's right. Increase purchases tenfold. Tenfold. Artifact forging materials, formation materials, talisman materials. Increase all of them tenfold. The clansman's brush froze in midair, and his face was already turning pale. Third master, isn't this a little too fierce? Too fierce. I put the storage pouch onto the table. The heavy thud sounded, and he instantly shut up. Write it down. Yes, sir. The family meals need improving too. Cut half of the ordinary beast meat and replace it with spirit beast meat. Also purchase higher grade spirit rice and spirit fruits to be distributed according to cultivation level. I said one line, and he wrote one line. Before long, the accounts filled 3 whole sheets of paper. I took them over and did the math. 20 million. I fell silent. After all that commotion, there were still 30 million left. Back then, the Yi family's stewards could argue for an entire day in the council hall over tens of thousands of spirit stones. And now, I was actually worrying about how to spend money. If word of this got out, who knew how many people would curse on the spot from sheer envy? I clenched my teeth. Bring in high-tier resources. The clansman's hand trembled. More. Marrow cleansing pills, body tempering fluid, chi tempering pills. Buy them all. And yellow rank cultivation methods? Buy them. Yellow rank spirit artifacts. Buy those too. How many should we buy? I pushed the ledger straight toward him. Spend the remaining 30 million. All of it. An hour later, I finally collapsed into my chair. The clansman walked away hugging a thick stack of purchase lists, looking like he was floating. Third master, are we really buying all of this? Of course. I let out a long breath. Go handle it immediately. If anyone dares drag their feet, tell them to come find me. Yes. After he left, I looked again at the list. Pills, cultivation methods, spirit artifacts, spirit materials, spirit food. Everything was there. If we poured resources in like this, then even if the Yi family's younger generation were a bunch of logs, we could still forcibly smash out a few geniuses. The Li family? The Tang family? As long as the resources Big Brother brought back kept flowing, sooner or later they would both be trampled beneath the Yi family's feet. Just then, there was a knock on the study door. Come in. Steward Wu hurried inside. Third master, someone outside is asking to see you. Who? Zhang Ziming. I didn't react at first. Which Zhang Ziming? Steward Wu lowered his voice. The 6th grade alchemist of Yunxiao City. I shot to my feet so fast I nearly knocked over the chair. You said who? Master Zhang. He says he's here on the Patriarch's orders to serve as an alchemy instructor for the Yi family. Without another word, I turned and strode out. What are you all still standing around for? Open the main gate. At this moment, outside the Yi family gates, Zhang Ziming had already been waiting for a while with 2 disciples. After receiving the compensation Big Brother had given him, he didn't even bother with Danfeng Pavilion anymore. He directly tossed the place to his eldest disciple to manage and personally hurried over to the Yi family with the 2 junior disciples he liked best. He didn't dare delay, and he definitely didn't dare keep Big Brother waiting. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Zhang Ziming. Zhang Ziming turned around, and his expression immediately changed. The person who had come was Dong Tianji, the 6th grade formation master of Yunxiao City. The 2 were equals in status and had engaged in plenty of open and hidden rivalry over the years. What are you doing here? The 2 of them spoke at almost exactly the same time. Zhang Ziming narrowed his eyes and smiled first. Patriarchy invited me over as a guest. What about you? Dong Tianji immediately sneered. Who are you trying to fool? You're here to become a guest elder for the Yi family too, aren't you? Zhang Ziming wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. Same to you. As he spoke, he looked Dong Tianji up and down, and quickly noticed something wrong. Dong Tianji's breathing was unstable, his complexion dark, and the blood and qi inside him were still clearly roiling. He had just been injured. The corners of Zhang Ziming's mouth lifted instantly. Looking at you. Did you say the wrong thing in front of Senior Yi and get taught a lesson? Dong Tianji's face turned black on the spot. Nonsense. Then where did those injuries come from? Senior Yi merely tested my attainments in formations and, while he was at it, gave me a few pointers. Dong Tianji put his hands behind his back and forced himself into a lofty pose. This kind of opportunity is not something you can envy your way into. Zhang Ziming almost burst out laughing. If you got beaten, just say so. Tested your attainments. At least that's better than some people who were scared enough to abandon their whole pavilion. Say that again? What? You want to compare notes? Just as the two were about to continue, I came striding out quickly. Master Zhang. I cupped my hands and went up to greet him. My apologies for not welcoming you from afar. Truly discourteous of me. Then, as soon as I turned my head, I saw Dong Tianji as well. My steps abruptly halted. Master Dong. Dong Tianji lifted his chin slightly. Third Master Yi. I looked at the two of them, and for a moment my scalp tingled. One was a 6th grade alchemist. The other a 6th grade formation master. Both were major figures the Yi family ordinarily couldn't hire even if we begged. And now, the two of them were actually standing together outside the Yi family gates. What exactly had Big Brother done? Zhang Ziming smiled and spoke first. I have come in accordance with Patriarch Ye's instructions to teach at the Yi family. Dong Tianji immediately followed. So have I. He paused, then added solemnly. Patriarch Yi is a man of lofty virtue and heaven-reaching strength. To be able to serve the Yi family is the blessing of several lifetimes for Dong. My eyelids twitched as I listened. Was this still the same Dong Tianji, the proud man who always wore an arrogant face for everyone to see? How had he suddenly become like a different person? I didn't dare ask further and immediately stepped aside. Masters, please come in. Once we reached the reception hall, both of them took out a letter. This is what Patriarch Yi instructed, Zhang Ziming said. So is mine, Dong Tianji added, unwilling to fall behind. I accepted the letters and sent my divine sense into them. Big Brother's voice immediately rang inside my sea of consciousness. Suehu, these are the instructors I brought in. I've already paid them. 3-year contracts. Make the arrangements. After a pause, Big Brother added one more line. They're all a bunch of nobodies. No need to be too polite. I almost thought I'd heard wrong. Nobodies? I looked up at the two men before me. Zhang Ziming sat upright sipping tea, the bearing of a 6th grade alchemist fully on display. Dong Tianji held his back straight, looking every bit the image of a grand formation master. No matter how I looked at them, the words "a bunch of nobodies" didn't fit either of them in the slightest. I could only say that Big Brother's standards were too high. I put away the letters, while keeping my attitude respectful. Masters, I'll arrange your accommodations immediately. The information on the family disciples and the teaching plans will be delivered to you as soon as possible. Zhang Ziming smiled and nodded. No problem. The Yi family's disciples all show the bearing of future talent. I will certainly teach them everything I know. Dong Tianji glanced at him. Alchemy depends on talent. Formations are what truly test comprehension. As for teaching, I have far more experience. The smile on Zhang Ziming's face stiffened. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. Dong Tianji, are you trying to compete with me at the Yi family? Afraid. The two of them stood up on the spot. Caught in the middle, my head immediately started aching. Gentlemen, please, there's no need. I hurriedly stretched out my hands to stop them. The Yi family has plenty of disciples, more than enough for both of you to teach. Zhang Ziming gave a cold snort. Then in 3 years, we'll see whose disciples turn out stronger. Dong Tianji refused to yield an inch. That suits me perfectly. I looked at the two of them, completely unable to make sense of the situation. These were masters we couldn't even invite before, and now they were actually competing to teach the Yi family disciples? When had the world suddenly become like this? It took me half the day to get the two of them settled properly. Now we had an alchemist, and a formation master too. All that was missing was an artifact smith. I had only just sat down and hadn't even had time to drink my tea when Steward Wu rushed in again. Third master. My heart jumped. What now? There are over 100 people outside saying they've come to the Yi family in accordance with the patriarch's arrangement. Over 100? I frowned. Who's leading them? Hu Chuang. The teacup in my hand nearly flew out. Hu Chuang? The 6th grade artifact smith. That's him. I stood up again. Open the gates. Receive them. When I reached the entrance, I froze on the spot. A huge mass of people. Some were carrying hammers, some were holding furnace parts, and some were pushing large carts piled full of equipment. This wasn't someone coming to be an instructor. This was clearly an entire smithy being moved over wholesale. Hu Chuang stepped up before me and cupped his hands. Third Master Yi. I quickly returned the gesture. I wouldn't dare. Master Hu, please come inside. Once we entered the reception hall, Hu Chuang also took out a letter. When I accepted it and looked it over, my expression immediately grew serious. Suehu, this is the artifact forging instructor I hired. The 3-year compensation has already been paid. Provide them with a dedicated area to establish a new smithy. No one is to interfere. Remember this. Any reasonable request Hu Chuang makes must be fulfilled immediately. Though all 3 were 6th grade masters, Big Brother's attitude toward Hu Chuang was clearly different. I immediately understood. This one had to be treated as top priority. I put away the letter. Master Hu, I'll first arrange accommodations for you and all your apprentices. The smithy will also be assigned a site and built immediately. Also, if you have any requests, please feel free to raise them. Hu Chuang waved his hand. I don't have any special requests. He turned and pointed at the apprentices. Just house those little brats together and give me a few forging rooms. And materials? I asked. Supply them as normal. I immediately shook my head. That won't do. Hu Chuang froze. I said directly. The patriarch specifically instructed that artifact forging materials are to be prioritized. Whatever you need, make a list. I'll send people to buy it immediately. Hu Chuang stared at me for a moment, then smiled. Patriarchy really does things decisively. Fine, then I won't stand on ceremony. Please don't. At this point, what I feared most wasn't that he would ask for too much. It was that he wouldn't ask for anything at all. What the Yi family lacked least right now was spirit stones. Very soon, Hu Chuang and all 100-plus apprentices were settled properly. Construction on the new artifact forging site also began immediately. In just a single day, the vacancies left behind by the Yi family's loss of 3 masters were completely filled, and the 3 new arrivals were all 6th grade masters. Standing in the courtyard and watching the busy clansmen, only one thought remained in my mind. The Yi family was really about to take off. While I was busy settling the 3 masters, Big Brother hadn't been idle either. Later, when he came back home, he summarized the day's events with just one sentence. I went to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion and almost bought them out. And to tell that story, we have to go back to when he left Hu Chuang's smithy. My name is Yi Suifeng. After leaving the smithy, I didn't hurry back home. It wasn't often I got to visit Yinshao City, so of course I had to stroll around. Tofu dragonfish, green bamboo phoenix floss, northern banquet platter. I ate from one end of the street to the other, then from roadside stalls all the way into the city's #1 restaurant. The coachman who was driving for me followed behind, his eyes growing wider and wider. Patriarchy, you're still eating? MHM. This is already the 8th place. I know. Aren't you full? I glanced at him. For cultivators, having a larger appetite is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? The coachman opened his mouth, but in the end didn't dare say a single word. After wandering around for half a day, I stopped before a tall building. Myriad Treasures Pavilion. From the name alone, you could tell they sold plenty of things inside. I happened to want to buy some cultivation methods. Although I was already at great perfection of tribulation transcendence, I still didn't have a complete understanding of this world's cultivation system. That wasn't difficult to solve. With the strength of my soul, as long as I read a cultivation method once, I could basically understand how it operated and where its flaws lay. I stepped into the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. The first floor was filled with pills, spirit artifacts, talismans, spirit herbs, and cultivation methods. There were many items. Unfortunately, their grade was too low. Most were below yellow rank. After taking a lap around, I went straight to the counter and placed a storage pouch in front of the person in charge. Fetch your pavilion master. The person in charge frowned. The pavilion master is very busy. If you only want to purchase ordinary goods, I can. I opened the storage pouch. A dense spiritual aura instantly poured out. The man's voice stopped on the spot. He stared at the mountain of high-grade spirit stones inside, his eyes going completely straight. Am I qualified enough to see them? Yes. He shot to his feet, and the expression on his face instantly became incomparably enthusiastic. Patriarchy, please come inside. I was invited into a private room. The tea had only just been served when a woman with a voluptuous figure and strikingly beautiful features walked in. Before she even sat down, her laughter arrived first. So it is patriarchy in person. I failed to welcome you from afar. I looked at her. You're the pavilion master? I am Gu Wanxin, the person in charge of Myriad Treasures Pavilion in Yunshao City. She sat down across from me, her gaze sweeping casually over the storage pouch on the table. What does patriarchy wish to buy today? Cultivation methods, martial techniques, spirit artifacts, alchemy notes, and formation manuals. I paused. If it's useful, I want it all. Gu Wanxin smiled. It seems patriarchy is truly planning to do a major deal today. She took out a jade slip from her robes. I assume yellow rank treasures are beneath your notice. These are all the profound rank treasures currently available in the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Please have a look. I took the jade slip and swept it with my divine sense. A flood of information instantly poured into my sea of consciousness. Sword arts, fist arts, movement techniques, spells, body refining arts, alchemy, formations, artifact forging, talisman crafting. The categories were certainly comprehensive, but unfortunately, the highest grade was only mid-grade profound rank. I set the jade slip down. Do you have anything better? The smile on Gu Wanxin's face faded for a brief instant. Patriarch Yi, mid-grade profound rank treasures are already rare treasures in Yunshao City. I know. Anything above that would be extremely expensive. Money is not a problem. I pushed the storage pouch slightly forward. If you have good things, bring them out. Gu Wanxin stared at me for a few breaths, then took out another glowing jade slip. High-grade profound rank and top-grade profound rank treasures are all in here. I took it and gave it a sweep. This time, there were far fewer items. Among them was a top-grade profound rank spirit sword. Its design was rather nice, and its power was just barely acceptable. Huanga would probably like it. All these years, the previous Yi Suifeng had been too cold toward her. Since I had taken over this body, I naturally couldn't continue neglecting her. I set the jade slip down. Anything higher? Gu Wanxin finally couldn't remain seated calmly anymore. You still want something higher? You don't have any? We do. Her expression grew serious. But beyond this are earth-rank treasures. Those are the true treasures that suppress the pavilion of the Yunshao City branch. Bring them out for me to see. Gu Wanxin didn't move immediately. Patriarchy, I must remind you that the price of earth-rank treasures is on a completely different level from profound rank ones. I was beginning to lose patience. I said money is not the issue. Bring them out. Gu Wanxin looked at me deeply, then finally took out a golden jade slip. These are all the earth-rank treasures in this pavilion. If even these cannot satisfy you, then there is nothing more I can do. Good. I took the jade slip, though inwardly I was a little disappointed. Only earth rank at the highest? Well, forget it. I'd look first. There were only 5 items inside the jade slip. An earth rank low-grade cultivation method, Kanglan art. An earth rank mid-grade martial technique, 9 Godslayer swords. An earth rank low-grade spirit artifact, the Hongfu Jade Pendant, capable of raising a defensive barrier. An earth rank mid-grade pill furnace, the Millennia Medicine Furnace, capable of generating its own pill flame. And lastly, an earth rank high-grade calming heart stone, which could soothe the soul and assist in comprehending cultivation methods. The items were fairly decent, especially the calming heart stone. It would be very useful for the younger generation of the Yi family. I withdrew my divine sense. Nothing higher? Gu Wanxin rubbed her forehead. Truly nothing. Yunshao City is only a branch pavilion. These 5 are already the greatest treasures we have in reserve. Fine then. I sat up straight. Let's talk prices. Gu Wanxin's eyes lit up instantly. That was exactly the line she had been waiting for. Which item has patriarchy taken a liking to? Quote all of them first. Gu Wanxin immediately replied. Kanglan art, 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. 9 Godslayer swords, 10 billion. Hongfu Jade Pendant, 1 billion. Millennia Medicine Furnace, 5 billion. When she reached the last one, she clearly paused. As for the calming heart stone, It requires 50 billion low-grade spirit stones. Altogether, 68 billion. That price really was ruthless. In the past, the Yi family's total annual expenditures had only been around 1 billion spirit stones. Even the cheapest Hongfu jade pendant could wipe out the Yi family's yearly income. Gu Wanxin folded her hands and leaned slightly forward. Patriarch Yi, which one do you want? Her eyes were full of anticipation. Those 5 items had sat here for years, with no one able to afford them. As long as she sold even one, she would receive an astonishing commission. I stroked my chin. Bring them all. The private room fell silent instantly. The smile on Gu Wanxin's face froze. What did you say? I want all of them. She suddenly stood up. All 5. Yes. Patriarch Yi, this isn't 68 million. It's 68 billion. I looked at her. I heard it perfectly clearly. Gu Wanxin's breathing immediately quickened. You're not joking? Why would I joke about something like this? I pointed at the tabletop. Prepare a few more high-capacity storage pouches. I'm paying in low-grade spirit stones, and ordinary pouches won't be able to hold them. Gu Wanxin could no longer sit still. Please wait a moment. She turned and left, moving so fast she nearly slammed into the door. Not long after, she rushed back in. This time, several managers from Myriad Treasures Pavilion followed behind her. Gu Wanxin held out a storage ring with both hands and presented it to me solemnly. Patriarch Yi, all 5 Earth-rank treasures are inside. This storage ring is a gift from Myriad Treasures Pavilion. From today onward, you are our highest-tier honored guest in Yunxiao City. The look in her eyes toward me had changed completely. Before, she had been looking at a customer. Now she was looking at the god of wealth. I accepted the ring and sent my divine sense inside. All 5 items were there. No problem. I picked up the storage pouches she had prepared and began filling them with spirit stones. Each pouch could hold 5 billion. 14 of them made 70 billion. But when I got to the end, I stopped. Not enough. Gu Wanxin froze. What do you mean, not enough? There aren't enough storage pouches. She immediately calculated it again. Patriarch Yi, it's correct. 14 storage pouches can hold 70 billion. The 5 pavilion-suppressing treasures only cost 68 billion. There's even 200 million left over. I looked up at her and smiled. You've misunderstood. What? When I said I wanted all of them, I didn't mean only these 5 pavilion-suppressing treasures. Gu Wanxin's expression stiffened. I pointed to the other 2 jade slips on the table. The high-grade profound rank, mid-grade profound rank, and all the other profound rank treasures on the lists. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, spirit artifacts, pills, spirit herbs, artifact forging materials. Anything listed on the jade slips, I want it all. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened. Her lips moved several times, but she still couldn't manage to get out a complete sentence. The several managers beside her also froze in place. The entire private room was silent as death. I tapped the table. What are you all still standing there for? Go get more storage pouches. However much your Myriad Treasures Pavilion has today, I'll buy all of it. Gu Wanxin took a fierce breath, forcibly suppressing her excitement. Patriarch Yi, are you certain? I leaned back in my chair and replied with only 4 words. I want everything. No one in Yunxiao City knew that on this very day, Myriad Treasures Pavilion had suddenly become poor. So poor that all it had left was money. Every treasure in the pavilion above the profound rank level was swept away by me. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, pills, spirit artifacts, formation manuals, artifact forging notes. Anything with even a little value, I left behind not a single piece. In the end, all the treasures were divided among 10 storage rings, worn neatly across my fingers. When I left, Gu Wanxin personally escorted me to the entrance, unable to hide the worry on her face. Patriarch Yi, the number of goods you purchased this time is simply too great. If news leaks out, I'm afraid someone may take a desperate risk. She looked back at the several managers behind her. Myriad Treasures Pavilion has 8 golden core consecrates in Yunxiao City. I can have them escort you safely back to the Yi family. I waved a hand. No need. Gu Wanxin hurriedly said, but relax. I raised the hand covered in storage rings. No one can take anything from me. With that, I turned and left. Gu Wanxin stood at the entrance, wanting to speak but stopping herself. She clearly didn't understand that what I was truly worried about was not someone trying to rob me. What I was worried about was no one coming at all. If some blind fool really took the initiative to deliver himself to my door, that would be perfect, just enough for me to loosen up a bit. Unfortunately, the whole road back remained calm and uneventful. I even stopped at 2 more restaurants on the way and ate 2 more meals before leisurely returning to the Yi family. By the time I entered, the sky was nearly dark. I didn't go straight back to my own residence. Instead, I first made a trip to Suyun's study. Suyun was in the middle of checking the family's accounts. When he saw me come in, he immediately stood up. "Big brother, you're back." "MHM." I waved my hand. 9 storage rings landed on the table, giving off a string of crisp sounds. "These are for you." Suyun froze for a moment. "What are they?" "Cultivation resources I bought today at Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, spirit artifacts, pills, spirit herbs, artifact forging materials, everything. You distribute them as you see fit." Suyun subconsciously picked up one of the storage rings and sent his divine sense inside. The next moment, his whole body froze in place. Big brother. What is it?" "These are all profound rank treasures. More or less. This entire ring is full of them." "All 9 are." Suyun suddenly looked up, his lips trembling. "Did you rob Myriad Treasures Pavilion?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" I frowned. "I never do anything illegal. I paid for all of it. But for this many things, how many spirit stones would that take?" I didn't calculate. I turned and walked toward the door. Anyway, it wasn't worth much. Distribute them properly according to each clansman's situation. Don't leave them gathering dust in the treasury. Oh, and prioritize the younger generation. Even after I left the study, Suyun remained standing there, unable to recover for a long while. He stared at the 9 storage rings on the table, his mind blank. I made my way all the way back to my own courtyard. Before I even entered, a series of dull impacts sounded from inside. Bang, bang, bang. I stepped into the courtyard. Huanger was standing before a black strength testing stone, earnestly practicing her punches. Her hands were wrapped in layer after layer of cloth strips. Every time a punch landed, the surface of the testing stone sank deeply inward. This kind of strength testing stone had extremely high toughness. Even if dented, it would quickly restore itself, making it most suitable for tempering physical power. Huanger had clearly been practicing for a long time. Sweat had soaked the hair at her forehead, strands sticking to her cheeks. Yet she seemed unable to feel any fatigue at all, throwing punch after punch with exceptional focus. What a hardworking child. According to the previous Yi Suifeng's memories, Huanger had always been very sensible from childhood. Not only had she never caused much worry at home, she often took the initiative to share various chores. It could only be said that children from poor families grew up early. "Xiao Huang." I called out to her. Huanger turned around, and a smile immediately bloomed on her face. "Dad, you're back." Even as she spoke, her fists never stopped. "Have you eaten dinner yet?" "I already ate." "Take a break first and come inside. I have a few things to talk to you about." Huanger shook her head. "Dad, wait a little longer. I still have 200 punches left before I reach 1,000. This is my fixed training after every meal. I can't skip it." I felt a little helpless. This child was quite stubborn, but I didn't forcefully interrupt her. I simply stood to the side and quietly watched her finish her goal. Every punch Huanger threw was with her full strength. Clearly, she was using this method to continuously squeeze out her own potential, trying to break through her limits. But in my eyes, her method of exerting force was full of problems. Her waist and abdomen weren't being fully engaged. Her shoulders were too tense. When she punched, at least 40% of the force transmitted upward from her legs was being wasted. With a little adjustment, her punching power could at least double, and she wouldn't tire so easily either. It looked like I'd have to guide her properly in the future. 998. 999. 1,000. When the final punch landed, Huanger let out a long breath. She wiped the sweat from her face and gave me a bright smile. "Dad, I'm done. Come inside." We walked into the room together. After sitting down, I had just been about to ask about her cultivation when I suddenly realized an awkward problem. I didn't even know what Huanger's current cultivation level was. This father really had been rather unqualified. "Xiao Huang, what realm are you at now?" "Ah." Huanger was clearly stunned. She stared at me with wide eyes, as if she had just heard something unbelievable. It wasn't hard to understand her surprise. Over all these years, the previous Yi Suifeng had almost never taken the initiative to care about her cultivation. Huang pressed her lips together. A few days ago, I just broke through to the 7th layer of qi refining. As she said this, she lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. The qi refining realm had 12 layers in total. Huang was 14 this year. 7th layer qi refining, in Yunxiao City, could only barely be considered passing. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, it was even less remarkable. Among clansmen around Huang's age, several of the more talented ones had already broken out of qi refining and stepped into the qi transformation realm. Compared with them, Huang's cultivation was indeed weaker by quite a bit. And yet she was the patriarch's daughter. The pressure she endured on a daily basis was probably not small. It's only 7th layer qi refining. There's nothing to feel down about. I looked at her and said, starting today, I'll personally guide your cultivation. It won't take long before you catch up to them. Huang suddenly raised her head, and a radiant smile blossomed across her face. Thank you, Dad. Perhaps she didn't hold many expectations for my guidance itself. But to her, what mattered most was not whether she could improve her cultivation. It was that her father had finally started caring about her. I sighed softly in my heart. This child really had suffered quite a few grievances in the past. Oh, right. I brought you a few gifts while I was out today. But there were a bit too many things, so I didn't know what you might like. I thought for a moment, then asked, tell me first, what is your greatest wish? My wish. Huang fell into thought. A moment later, she answered seriously. My wish is to cultivate diligently and become a truly powerful expert, so that in the future, I can. She got only halfway through the sentence before her voice became smaller and smaller, until she lowered her head again. I could tell that she still had something she hadn't said. So that you can do what? I asked again. Huang hesitated for a while before finally saying, so that I can participate in the future battle of Yunxiao City. I was slightly taken aback. The Battle of Yunxiao City? I quickly found the relevant information in the previous Yi Suifeng's memories. In order to compete for shops, mines, spirit fields, and all kinds of resource sites outside the city, the 3 great families of Yunxiao City often clashed with one another. If those conflicts were allowed to escalate freely, they would sooner or later develop into large-scale bloodshed. So the 3 great families had jointly established a rule. Once every 2 years, the Battle of Yunxiao City would be held. Each family would send out 5 young disciples under the age of 18 to fight. The winning side could seize shops or resource sites outside the city from the losing side. The Yi family had suffered consecutive defeats in the recent battles of Yunxiao City, losing quite a number of assets. A large part of the family's financial strain was related to this. And the next battle of Yunxiao City would be held in just half a year. Huang wanted to participate, clearly because she wanted to do her part for the family. I could naturally tell she hadn't spoken the full truth just now. What she had really wanted to say was most likely that she wanted to help share the burden for me, her father. What a good child. If you want to participate in the Battle of Yunxiao City, that's not difficult. I nodded. Half a year is enough. Huang blinked. She seemed not to understand why I could say that so lightly. I asked again, other than cultivation, what else do you like? Huang thought for a moment. Alchemy. Why do you like alchemy? Because... She scratched her head and smiled shyly. As long as your alchemy becomes successful, alchemy should be the most profitable thing. I immediately understood. This child had truly lived through too many tight days before. She was genuinely scared of being poor. Before the previous Yi Suifeng became patriarch, although they had still been able to receive family stipends, because he had made few contributions to the family, the resources they could draw were not many. It was only barely enough to maintain daily life. No wonder Huang, at such a young age, already cared so much about spirit stones. Liking alchemy is a good thing. I nodded. Your father supports you. Young people with dreams of their own naturally ought to be encouraged. I took out a pill furnace from one of my storage rings and placed it on the table. The furnace was entirely crimson, its body covered in dense, profound patterns. The instant it appeared, the temperature of the surroundings subtly rose. It was one of the 5 pavilion-suppressing treasures from Myriad Treasures Pavilion. An Earth-rank mid-grade item, the Millennia Medicine Furnace. I just bought this today. I said casually. It's a little better than the furnace you were using before. Take it. The pill furnace Huang had been using up to now was only a yellow-rank low-grade one. Other than being sturdy enough, it had basically no special use. Thank you, Dad. Huang joyfully accepted the furnace. She clearly had no idea that this furnace was one of the long-displayed pavilion-suppressing treasures of Myriad Treasures Pavilion, worth 5 billion spirit stones. But to her, the grade of the furnace didn't matter. What mattered most was that it was a gift from me. The family has now brought in a new alchemy instructor, but you won't need to attend his class. I said, from today on, I'll personally teach you alchemy. Huang's expression paused. Oh, okay. The look in her eyes as she watched me was a little strange. She was probably wondering since when I knew alchemy. The truth was, I genuinely didn't right now. But that didn't matter. Alchemy was nothing more than the ratios of spiritual herbs, control of heat, fusion of medicinal effects, and the final condensing process. A little study, and I'd know it. Remembering the sword I had taken a liking to earlier that day, I asked again, "Oh right, do you like swords?" "I do," Huang nodded. "But the Yi family's fist arts are the strongest, so I've always cultivated fist techniques before." That was before. I waved my hand, and a purple long sword appeared in the room. Its blade was slender and elegant, while pale violet light flowed around it like water, filling the whole room with a hazy glow. A top-grade profound rank spirit sword. Now you have a sword art. I handed the sword to Huang. If you like it, then cultivate the sword from now on. Huang's eyes were instantly drawn to the long sword. It was as if stars had appeared in them. So beautiful. Girls truly had little resistance to beautiful things. Huang carefully accepted the sword and looked it over again and again, unwilling to put it down. She still didn't know this was a top-grade profound rank spirit artifact. As for your cultivation method, I'll give it to you tomorrow. And this as well. I took out another blue stone from my storage ring. An earth rank high-grade treasure, the Calming Heart Stone. This item could soothe the soul, improve cultivation efficiency, and assist with comprehending cultivation methods. Any cultivator who saw it would go red-eyed with envy. When you cultivate, keep it beside you. It'll be good for you. Huang accepted the Calming Heart Stone and nodded obediently. She still didn't know that this unassuming-looking stone was worth a full 50 billion spirit stones. All right, it's getting late. I waved a hand. Go back to your room and rest. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. It's not true that the longer you train, the better the results. Got it, Dad. Huang left the room full of joy, carrying an armful of gifts. Watching her back, I shook my head helplessly. This child agreed nicely enough with her mouth, but after going back, she would definitely continue cultivating late into the night. Still, young people working a little harder wasn't exactly a bad thing. After washing up, I lay on my bed and took out the 2 Earth Rank manuals I had purchased that day. Kinglan Art, 9 Godslayer Swords. If either one of these spread outside, it would be enough to shake all of Yunxiao City. Unfortunately, their grade was still too low. For Huang to cultivate them directly would still be somewhat unsuitable. I opened Kanglan Art, and my divine sense instantly parsed every single detail of the cultivation method. The spiritual energy circulation here is wrong. Forcing a charge through the meridians not only has far too low an efficiency, it also easily leaves hidden injuries. A different route would be more suitable. I casually revised it. This acupoint isn't being utilized at all. What a waste. And here as well. The spiritual energy could clearly have formed a complete circulating cycle, yet the creator of this cultivation method forcefully severed it. Their vision was too poor. Hundreds of millions upon hundreds of millions of years of cultivation had already made my divine sense unimaginably powerful. Seeing through the essence of things was merely the most basic ability. These so-called earth-rank cultivation methods were full of flaws everywhere I looked. To revise them posed no difficulty at all. But since this concerned Huang's cultivation, I naturally would not be careless. It was not until the latter half of the night that both manuals were finally fully revised. The originally Earth-rank low-grade Kanglan Art, after refinement, had reached top-grade Earth-rank. As for the originally Earth-rank mid-grade 9 Godslayer swords, it had leapt all the way to become a mid-grade Heaven-rank martial technique. If cultivated to great completion, then slaying so-called gods would be far from an empty claim. Looking at the 2 revised manuals, I nodded with reluctant satisfaction. Fine. This will do for now. Xiao Huang will just have to suffer a little and use these 2 as a temporary transition. When I have time later, I'll research a few immortal arts and Tao techniques for her. Today was the day the Yi family's younger disciples would receive their monthly stipends and cultivation resources. Early in the morning, the young people of the clan headed in twos and threes toward the affairs hall. Among the crowd, one youth in white stood out especially. He was tall and straight, with imposing bearing and a golden spear strapped across his back. His name was Yilong, 15 years old, Qi Transformation Realm, and the undisputed number one of the Yi family's younger generation. Brother Long, wait for us. A crisp voice came from behind him. Yilong stopped and looked back. A boy and a girl in green robes were hurrying over. They were of similar height, and their features somewhat resembled each other. They were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian. Correction, Yi Qian and Yi Qian? No, they were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian. That would be inconsistent. Their names were Yi Qian and Yi Qian? No, the pair were Yi Qian and Yi Qian? No. Their names were Yi Qian and Yi Qian in sound only? The intended names are. They were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian. No, sorry, let me keep the names consistent properly. They were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian? This should be. They were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian? To preserve the original distinction correctly, I will continue with. They were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian? Actually, the intended pair is. They were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian? I need to correct that clearly. They were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian, the brother Yi Qian and the sister Yi Qian? No. To avoid confusion, I will use. They were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian? Apologies, continuing with the correct distinct names. They were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian? I'll reset this line cleanly. They were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian? This section should be translated as. They were the twin siblings Yi Qian and Yi Qian. Yilong nodded at them. Yi Qian, Yi Qian. Yi Qian, his sister, grinned and came closer. Brother Long, when did you come out of seclusion? 3 days ago. Did you gain anything from this closed-door cultivation? It went fairly smoothly. Yilong's expression remained calm. I've already broken through to the third layer of Qi transformation, and my dragon hunting spear art has reached the minor mastery stage. Yi Qian's eyes instantly lit up. Brother Long, that's incredible. In half a year, at the Battle of Yinxiao City, you absolutely have to beat up those annoying people from the Leaf family. She waved her fist, looking fully united against a common enemy. Yet Yilong showed little joy. He was the strongest of the Yi family's younger generation. Barring accidents, in half a year's Battle of Yinxiao City, one of the 5 slots would definitely belong to him. But he had no confidence he could defeat the Li family. According to reliable information, the Li family's eldest young master, Li Qi, had already broken through to the 5th layer of Qi transformation. And Li Qi's hidden weapon techniques were divine and unpredictable, impossible to guard against. If they fought now, Yilong would most likely not be his match. Thinking of this, Yilong unconsciously clenched his fist. I'll do my best. In these 6 months, I'll definitely find a way to advance another step. Brother Long, we believe in you. Yi Qian said. Yilong looked at the two of them, his expression serious. You must work hard as well. The Yi family absolutely cannot decline in our generation. Yi Qian and Yi Qian both nodded. After a moment of silence, the usually quiet Yi Qian suddenly spoke. Brother Long, a few days ago I heard from father that this month the family might reduce our stipend. Their father was Yi Suiyun. Since Yi Suiyun managed the family finances, they were naturally able to hear some news in advance. I know. Yilong sighed softly. The family is facing difficulties right now. If the stipends are reduced, it can't be helped. That's exactly why we need to cultivate even harder. Only if all the clansmen work together can we help the family get through this crisis. Yi Qian pouted. That may be true, but if the stipend is reduced, won't our cultivation speed become even slower? And now that eldest uncle is the patriarch, I think from now on we. Before she could finish, Yilong suddenly stopped walking. Smack! A slap landed heavily across Yi Qian's face. Her head was knocked to the side, and a red handprint quickly appeared on her fair cheek. Who gave you the nerve to criticize the patriarch behind his back? Yilong's face was dark as water. He glared first at Yi Qian, then coldly at Yi Qian. Yi Qian's body trembled, and he quickly said, Brother, we were wrong. You know, little sister just speaks too directly. She didn't mean anything by it. Speaks too directly? Yilong gave a cold snort. With that kind of personality, sooner or later disaster will come from her mouth. No matter what eldest uncle was like before, he is now the patriarch of the Yi family, the highest authority of the entire clan. Speaking rashly about the patriarch is challenging the authority of the family. Have you both forgotten the family's 3 iron laws? Both Yi Qian and Yi Qian lowered their heads at once, not daring to argue. In their little household, aside from their parents, the most imposing figure was their elder brother Yi Long. Brother, I was wrong. Holding her cheek, Yi Qian admitted her mistake in a small voice. Yi Long looked at her, then said to Yi Qian, when I'm not around in the future, keep an eye on her. Don't let her run around talking nonsense. Yi Qian quickly nodded. I understand. After that little episode, none of the 3 felt like talking anymore. Before long, they arrived at the affairs hall. Young masters, these are your stipends and cultivation resources for this month. Steward Liao handed over 3 storage pouches with a broad smile. Take them and cultivate well. All 3 found it somewhat strange. Hadn't they heard that the family was in financial difficulty and was planning to reduce stipends? Why did Steward Liao look so happy? Still, they didn't think much of it. They took the storage pouches and left the hall. You both have classes today, right? Yilong asked. Yes. Yi Qian nodded. After the previous 3 instructors left, the patriarch hired 3 new instructors yesterday. Yilong gave a slight nod. That alone shows that the patriarch is capable. So don't entertain those thoughts you shouldn't have anymore. All we need to do is cultivate diligently. The 3 continued walking as they spoke. Suddenly, Yilong noticed one person was no longer beside him. He turned around and saw that Yi Qian had stopped where she was, clutching her storage pouch with a puzzled look on her face. What's wrong? Yilong asked. Yi Qian looked up. I think my stipend may have been issued incorrectly. Yilong frowned slightly. Wasn't it already said that this month's stipend might be reduced? What's so strange about that? It's not reduced. Yi Qian opened her storage pouch. Not only is my stipend not less, it seems like there's a lot more. More? Yilong and Yi Qian both walked over and leaned in to look inside. At a glance, both of them froze too. They were direct-line descendants of the family. Originally, every month they were entitled to 50 spirit stones, 10 bottles of qi refining pills, and 10 bottles of bone strengthening pills. But the contents of Yi Qian's pouch were obviously wrong in how much there was. 100 spirit stones, 20 bottles of qi refining pills, 20 bottles of bone strengthening pills. Everything was doubled. And besides that, there were 2 other items inside the pouch. 1 bottle of body tempering pills, 1 marrow cleansing pill. Especially the marrow cleansing pill. That was a high-grade pill capable of improving one's physique and enhancing one's cultivation aptitude. How could something like that possibly be handed out casually as part of a monthly stipend? There must be some mistake. Yi Qian immediately said. These resources were definitely prepared for someone else. Yilong's expression shifted. Check ours. The 3 of them each opened their own storage pouches. Then all of them froze where they stood. They're all the same. Everyone has a body tempering pill and a marrow cleansing pill. The affairs hall couldn't have handed us the 3 elders' cultivation resources by mistake, could it? The 3 looked at each other. After a moment, Yilong closed his pouch and said in a low voice, the affairs hall must have made a mistake. These things don't belong to us. We can't keep them. Yi Qian and Yi Qian both nodded. Though they desperately wanted these cultivation resources, anything that wasn't theirs absolutely could not be accepted in good conscience. The 3 immediately retraced their steps. Steward Liao. Yilong placed the storage pouch back on the counter. These things don't seem to be meant for us. Issued by mistake. Steward Liao took the pouch, checked it carefully, then pushed it right back. Young masters, are you joking with me? Nothing is wrong with it. It's exactly for you. The 3 froze once more. Yi Qian couldn't help saying. But the quantity inside. The spirit stones and pills are all doubled. And there's also a marrow cleansing pill and a body tempering pill. That's right. Steward Liao was all smiles. This is exactly the new allocation of resources prepared by the family for you. Yilong still found it hard to believe. Isn't the family in financial difficulty right now? Who told you the family is in financial difficulty? Steward Liao smiled. Didn't you read the patriarch's token message inside the storage pouch? Token message. Yilong reopened the storage pouch. Under the spirit stones and pills, he indeed found a small jade token. Yilong took it out and infused it with spiritual power. A screen of light spread open before the three of them. There were only 8 forceful characters written on it. Resources are guaranteed. Cultivate well. Signed, Patriarch Yi Suifeng. The Yi family erupted. No one had expected that not only had this month's stipend not been reduced, it had been doubled outright. What was even more unbelievable was that even the pills they usually received had all been upgraded from low-grade to mid-grade. These really are mid-grade qi refining pills. One Yi family disciple swallowed a pill and felt the massive spiritual energy melting rapidly through his body. He was so excited his entire face turned red. The cultivation effect of a mid-grade qi refining pill is at least 5 times that of a low-grade one. The bone-strengthening pills are mid-grade too. There's also a body-tempering pill and a marrow-cleansing pill in my storage pouch. I have them too. Everyone has them. The younger disciples went completely mad with excitement. And what happened next left them even more stunned. In alchemy class, a boy stared at the middle-aged man walking in, his jaw falling wider and wider. And Master Zhang Ziming? That 6th-grade alchemist of Yinxiao City? How could he possibly come to our Yi family? Zhang Ziming walked to the front platform, swept his gaze over the students below, and cleared his throat lightly. From today onward, I will be responsible for teaching you alchemy. If you have any questions, you may ask me directly. Every disciple fell silent in an instant. A moment later, the entire classroom exploded. And it wasn't only alchemy class. In the formation class, the 6th-grade formation master Dong Tianji personally taught. In the artifact forging grounds, the 6th-grade artifact smith Hu Chuang formally took up residence in the Yi family with more than 100 apprentices. 3 6th-grade masters. All of them had become instructors of the Yi family. The family's resources had doubled. The grade of the pills had increased. High-tier resources were supplied without limit. And together with the patriarch's words, resources are guaranteed. Cultivate well. The enthusiasm of every Yi family member was completely ignited. The Yi family's first era of full clan cultivation had officially begun. Such a huge disturbance naturally could not be hidden from the other 2 great families. The Li family. Resources doubled. Mid-grade pills supplied without limit. And they even hired 3 6th-grade masters in one stroke. After hearing the report, one Li family elder not only failed to grow nervous, he actually sneered. It seems that this time, the Yi family has staked every last bit of its foundation on the Battle of Yunxiao City half a year from now. Another burst into laughter. I said long ago that Yi Suifeng was completely unfit to be patriarch. This kind of reckless squandering of family resources without regard for consequences is clearly hollowing out the Yi family's very roots. And the elders of the Yi family actually let him run wild? They're all a bunch of fools too. Half a year. I say it won't even take half a year before he drags the Yi family into collapse. The Li family held Yi Suifeng's actions in utter contempt. In their eyes, this wasn't some grand move at all. It was draining the pond to catch the fish, courting destruction with their own hands. The Tang family's reaction, upon receiving the news, was completely different. Since when did the Yi family have this kind of financial power? Could they have activated the family's hidden reserves? That shouldn't be possible. One Tang family elder frowned and said, I met Yi Suifeng before. There was nothing extraordinary about him. Perhaps he just became patriarch and is eager to prove himself, which is why he made such a ridiculous decision. Leave aside the matter of resources for now. Another person said in a grave voice. Zhang Ziming, Dong Tianji, and Hu Chuang are all prominent 6th-grade masters in Yunxiao City. They're not the sort of people you can casually hire just because you have money. What price exactly did the Yi family pay? Everyone fell silent. Only after a long while did the Tang family patriarch slowly speak. No matter what the Yi family is planning, we cannot afford to lower our guard. In the Battle of Yunxiao City half a year from now, the Tang family absolutely must not be suppressed by the other 2. In just a single day, the changes in the Yi family caused no small shock across all of Yunxiao City. Everyone was guessing. Where exactly had the Yi family obtained such massive resources? And what was Yi Suifeng trying to do? As for me, the very person who had caused all of this, I was currently sitting under the willow tree in the courtyard, sipping tea while flipping through an ancient-looking manual. Naturally, I had no interest in the gossip outside. Meanwhile, Huanger was not far away, earnestly practicing the basics of swordsmanship. This morning, I had already handed her the revised Kanglan art and 9 Godslayer swords. But Huanger had never learned the sword before, and her fundamentals were far too weak. If she directly tried to cultivate 9 Godslayer swords, she would very easily injure herself. So I specially created a basic sword art just for her. Its name was Basic Sword Art Huang. The name might sound plain and unadorned, but the sword art itself was anything but simple. I stripped away all the dross from a large number of sword manuals, leaving only the most essential parts best suited for beginners, then further adjusted it according to Huanger's physique. Not only could it help someone who understood nothing of swordsmanship quickly get started, it could also correct posture and form, strengthen the body, and improve coordination. Most importantly, this sword art had been custom-made for Huanger. In all the world, she was the only one suited to cultivate it. In just 1 hour, the way she swung her sword had already begun to take proper shape. Compared with the moment she had first picked it up, she looked like a completely different person. Seeing Huanger's cultivation gradually enter the right track, I continued leafing through the cultivation methods I had bought yesterday from Myriad Treasures Pavilion. The one in my hand was called Thunder Resonance Body Tempering Art, a high-grade, profound-rank body refining technique. Its core principle was to use the vibrations of thunder resonance to temper the flesh, refine bones, skin, and sinew, and strengthen blood and qi. Not bad. I flipped through a few pages, casually picked up a crystal-clear spirit fruit, and took a bite. Since I had decided to raise Huanger properly, I naturally would not be careless. Cultivation methods, sword manuals, body refining arts, pills, spirit artifacts. I wasn't saying everything had to be the best in existence, but at the very least it had to be respectable. If I made her rely entirely on her own talent and bitter training, that would simply be a waste of time. Huanger was not some peerless genius found once in 10,000 ages. Her aptitude could only be considered fairly decent. Without my intervention, her future achievements would be quite limited. Besides, if you had resources and didn't use them, wasn't that just a disease? Those hidden ancient clans, supreme sects, and sacred cultivation lands. Why were the disciples they produced stronger one after another? Did it all come purely from their own effort? What a joke! Which one of them hadn't been piled up from childhood with vast oceans of resources? Compared with the true heirs of those sacred lands, what I was investing in Huanger now didn't even count as a drop in the bucket. Still, there was no rush. Cultivation had to proceed step by step. Shoving too many things at her all at once might not be a good thing. I quickly finished reading Thunder Resonance Body Tempering Art. The cultivation method itself isn't bad. With a few modifications, it can become a heaven-rank body refining technique. I looked toward Huanger, who was diligently practicing her sword, then shook my head lightly again. However, cultivating multiple top-tier arts at the same time is not necessarily a good thing. The Kanglan art and 9 Godslayer swords she was cultivating now were already enough for her use. If I also had her cultivate a heaven-rank body refining technique, it would instead split her focus. Forget it. I'll just use this body refining technique as the basis to develop a body tempering liquid. The effects of body tempering liquid were even more direct. One only had to soak in it, and the body would be tempered without taking up too much cultivation time. With that thought, my divine sense began operating rapidly. Every spiritual energy route and every body tempering principle within the Thunder Resonance Body Tempering art was dismantled and recombined inside my sea of consciousness. In less than the time it took to burn an incense stick, a complete formula for a body tempering liquid had been deduced. This body tempering liquid wasn't particularly powerful. Its advantage was that the required materials weren't rare. The Yi family's current stockpile could basically meet the need. There was only one main ingredient still missing. I set down the manual and lifted my head to look at the sky. The core of the Thunder Resonance Body Tempering art lay in thunder. So naturally, the body tempering liquid derived from it also needed the power of thunder as its principal ingredient. And in this world, what thunder could be stronger than the heavenly tribulation of great perfection, tribulation transcendence? The answer was obvious. My sights once again turned toward the heavenly Tao I had toyed with a few days ago. I was only borrowing a little tribulation lightning. Presumably, it wouldn't mind too much. If I undergo tribulation directly in the Yi family, the commotion will be too great. Better to find somewhere deserted. I rose to my feet and looked toward Huang'er in the distance. Xiao Huang, stop. Huang'er was drenched in sweat, her cheeks flushed red. Even though she was already panting heavily, she still clenched her teeth and continued swinging her longsword again and again according to the movements I had taught her. I'm fine, Dad. I can still keep going. I frowned slightly. Do as I say. The sword in Huang'er's hand came to a halt. This sword art emphasizes gradual progress. When I tell you to stop, I'm not telling you to rest. I'm telling you to sit down immediately in meditation and circulate the Kanglin art. Right now, your blood and qi are active and your meridians are fully stretched open. This is the best possible time to cultivate. Hearing me put it that way, Huang'er didn't dare continue acting tough. Yes, Dad. She put away her sword and adjusted her breathing. Once her breathing gradually steadied, she sat down cross-legged on the ground and prepared to circulate the Kanglin art. Before closing her eyes, she secretly glanced at me. Father really seemed to have changed lately. In the past, he had never asked about her cultivation, nor cared whether she was tired or whether her training methods were correct. But now, not only had he given her so many gifts, he had even personally created a sword art and guided her cultivation. Though he was stricter now, it made her feel a sense of security she had never felt before. The corners of Huang'er's lips lifted slightly. Then she closed her eyes and began circulating the heavenly cycle according to the pathways of the Kanglin art. I watched from the side for a moment and nodded faintly. Remember this. For every hour you train the basic sword art, meditate for 1 hour. After each meditation session, reflect on your training. You must seriously think about what you did wrong and what needs improvement. You can't just train without using your brain. Huang'er nodded with her eyes still closed. Treat every 3 hours as one cycle. You may do at most 2 cycles in a day, no more. You can arrange the rest of your time yourself. I gave her careful instructions. Cultivation was not a matter of pushing harder and harder. Given Huang'er's current physical strength, 2 cycles a day was already close to her limit. If she kept going beyond that, not only would her efficiency not improve, she might even overdraw her body. All right, take your time cultivating. I'm heading out for a while. I'll be back tonight. With that, I took 1 step forward. My figure gradually faded. In the end, I vanished completely from the courtyard as though merging into the void itself. The Qinggu Highlands stretched across the north of Yunxiao City. Beyond the ridge was civilization. Behind it lay the snowfields. Rumor had it that the land beyond was so poor that it had nothing but ice and animal hides, not even a proper city to speak of. But no one could say for sure. This mountain range was filled with demonic beasts, and for ordinary cultivators, entering it was basically the same as volunteering to become their meal. And at this moment, I stood deep within the highlands, undergoing tribulation. Black clouds pressed down over the mountains above my head, lightning churning within them. I looked up once, feeling a little impatient. You've been holding it in for half the day. Are you going to strike or not? Boom. As if it had understood my provocation, blue-violet lightning crashed down on the spot. With a casual wave of my hand, I shattered the bolt, flattening several surrounding peaks as broken rock flew through the sky. Yet the mountain beneath my feet did not move in the slightest. Now that's more like it. I beckoned to the tribulation clouds overhead. Continue. Hurry up. Boom, boom, boom. Tribulation lightning fell one bolt after another, not giving even a moment to breathe. Of course, it wasn't that I wasn't being given time to breathe. It was the heavenly tribulation itself that had no chance to breathe. I smashed one bolt with a punch, dispersed another with a palm strike. Another tried to ambush me from behind, only to be crushed apart in my backhand grip. The scattered lightning that escaped into the mountain range directly triggered a beast tide. Countless demonic beasts fled like mad toward the outer edge of the highlands. Several young cultivators who had been training on the outskirts turned and ran in terror. Beast tide. Don't look back, run. What the hell is that in the sky? Who cares what it is? If we don't run now, we're dead. I heard their voices clearly. I frowned slightly. I had deliberately run to the deep mountains to undergo tribulation precisely because I didn't want to drag others into it. Who knew that the 9-9 heavenly tribulation would make such a massive commotion that even the outskirts would be affected? I should have gone a little farther north. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. The 80th tribulation bolt had already dispersed. What I wanted had finally arrived. The tribulation clouds overhead rapidly contracted. The black clouds that had covered the entire mountain range in the blink of an eye condensed into a massive vortex. A destructive aura pressed downward. The mountains trembled. The demonic beasts fled. Even space itself began to distort. My eyes lit up. I've been waiting for you. Boom. The final purple bolt of lightning pierced through heaven and earth and came straight at me. Instead of retreating, I advanced to meet it head-on. A hand seal formed in my right hand. In my left, I took out a white jade bottle. The next instant, I collided directly with the tribulation lightning. There was no explosion. No mountains collapsing. Every sound between heaven and earth suddenly vanished. My 5 fingers tightened, directly grasping the core of that lightning bolt. Purple light surged wildly in my palm, struggling to break free. Behave. I clenched down. The violent lightning rapidly compressed until, at last, it transformed into a single drop of purple liquid, quietly suspended in my palm. Destruction and vitality intertwined. It was done. I stored the tribulation lightning liquid in the jade bottle and let out a breath. At least I didn't wait for nothing. At that very moment, the void split open. A towering immortal gate descended. The gate slowly opened, golden light enveloping my body. Along with it came the immortal sounds of the great Tao, as if urging me to ascend at once. I raised a hand and cut it off. Don't rush me. I'm busy right now. I directly dispersed the aura of ascension and suppressed my realm back down to great perfection tribulation transcendence. The immortal gate hung there in the sky as though stunned. It clearly hadn't expected that someone could pass the 9-9 heavenly tribulation and still refuse to ascend. Go back. Ask me again in a couple of days. Having lost its target, the immortal gate could only slowly dissipate. I watched until it vanished completely, then put away the jade bottle. This world could not contain a true immortal. The moment I became one, I would be forced to travel to the upper realm. But I had only arrived in this world a few days ago. I hadn't even properly explored Yinshao City yet, so why should I leave now? Not to mention, I still had a daughter waiting for me at home. This drop of tribulation lightning liquid was the principal medicine I had prepared for her body tempering. The final bolt of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation could destroy, but it could also bring rebirth. If I used it to refine body tempering liquid, just how powerful would the result be? Even I wasn't certain. But one thing was certain. That little girl Yi Huang was about to receive a true great fortune. I put away the jade bottle and looked north. My divine sense instantly crossed the Qinggu Highlands and reached the snowfields 10,000 li away. There was nothing there but desolation. Glaciers, wind and snow, scattered tribes. It really does seem pretty poor. My divine sense continued deeper. But at that exact moment, a powerful divine sense erupted from the depths of the snowfields and came surging toward me. That power was linked to the entire snowfield itself and arrived with astonishing speed. I raised an eyebrow. This world actually has someone like this? Though the other party was still far inferior to me, that was only because the force I had extended outward was merely 1/10,000,000th of my full divine sense. To achieve even this much already made them very strong. Still, I had no interest in meeting the other side right now. I immediately withdrew my divine sense. We'll talk another day. At the same time, deep in the far northern snowfields, a pair of icy eyes snapped open. Someone has spied upon the divine kingdom. Friend or foe? Why can't even fate itself see clearly? The person fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a lower voice. How much longer can we hold on? Naturally, I heard none of this. It was already getting late. I had to head home. I could have teleported directly, but the scenery along the way was still somewhat fresh, so I slowed down and flew over the highlands instead. Before long, I saw the trouble the heavenly tribulation had caused. The mountain forests had been trampled into chaos by the beast tide. Quite a few low-ranked demonic beasts were still fleeing. This time, the commotion really was a bit too big. Just as I was thinking that, the clash of weapons suddenly rang out ahead. I swept my divine sense over and saw 4 young cultivators being besieged by a one-horned green bull. 3 men and 1 woman. All of them were in the late chi refining stage. And that green bull had already reached the second rank, its strength comparable to a late chi transformation human cultivator. They were separated by an entire major realm. Two of the four youths were injured, leaving only the long-haired young man and the girl barely able to continue fighting. Attack its lower body. The long-haired youth roared and charged straight at the green bull head-on with an iron staff in hand. The other three immediately rushed in from the sides. The idea was sound. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was too great. The one-horned green bull suddenly reared up and swept out a blast of violent demonic power. Bang! Bang! Two people were kicked flying on the spot. One of them, a badly wounded youth, crashed through a thicket and hit the ground, coughing up blood. Ma Fong. The long-haired youth's eyes instantly turned red. He swung his iron staff and smashed it fiercely toward the bull's head. Clang! The iron staff was thrown back by the impact. The web of his hand split open on the spot, and he too was sent flying by the bull's horn. Roar! The one-horned green bull cracked the earth beneath its hooves and locked onto Ma Fong, who could no longer rise. It had already gained spirituality. It knew to kill the weakest first, then break the rest one by one. Ma Fong struggled to get up, but couldn't even steady himself on his arms. The other three charged back like madmen. Ma Fong, dodge! Get up! Don't come over here! Ma Fong shouted at them, then shut his eyes. The green bull had already rushed right in front of him. Its horn was less than half a foot from his chest. I lifted a hand and casually tapped a nearby sapling. The little tree instantly straightened its branches. One leaf lightly slapped the green bull on the head. Boom! The one-horned green bull was blasted backward, breaking through more than 10 trees before finally smashing into a rock wall. Its single horn shattered on the spot. Its skull caved in. The moment it hit the ground, it was dead. All four of them were dumbstruck. The long-haired youth looked at the bull, then at the swaying little sapling in front of Ma Fong, and his mouth hung open for half the day without closing. I descended from the sky. Still alive, Ma Fong opened his eyes and immediately felt at his own chest. I'm not dead. The long-haired youth scrambled over. Ma Fong, Brother Fong, I'm still alive. Ma Fong grabbed that sapling with one hand, his eyes shining. It was this thing. It stood up just now and slapped the bull to death. This is a divine tree. We're rich. Feng Ji's face darkened. Did the bull knock your brains out? It really was this tree. It was this senior who saved you. Feng Ji helped him up, then led the other two over to me and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. My name is Feng Ji. If Senior has any instructions, the four of us will definitely repay you with our lives, if necessary. I picked up the bull's broken horn and casually inspected it. No need for repayment. This green bull had originally lived deep in the mountains. Most likely, it had been driven out by my heavenly tribulation. Their being attacked was partly my responsibility too. Saving them was merely cleaning up after myself. Your people from nearby? Feng Ji quickly nodded. We're all from Yinyan Town. Yinyan Town. It's within Yunshao City's territory, not far from the highlands. I nodded. Yunshao City was not just a city. It governed a vast surrounding area, and Yinyan Town was one part of it. Then that's quite a coincidence. I looked at them. I am Yi Suifeng, patriarch of the Yi family of Yunshao City. The expressions of all four changed instantly. The Yi family patriarch? Our respects to Patriarch Yi. They immediately bent even lower at the waist. To cultivators from a small town like this, Yunshao City was no different from an imperial capital, and the patriarchs of the three great families were figures impossibly far above them. No need to be so nervous. I pointed at Ma Fong. He's badly injured. Take him back first. If you ever go to Yunshao City in the future, you may come to the Yi family to find me. I'll give you all an opportunity. The four of them suddenly looked up. Feng Ji's breathing became hurried. Patriarchy, are you serious? I have no need to deceive you. Many thanks, Patriarchy. They bowed once more. This time their faces flushed red with excitement. I waved a hand. First, make sure you get out of the highlands alive. As soon as the words fell, I had already vanished from where I stood. Feng Ji and the others remained dazed for quite a while before they finally supported one another and left. But Ma Fong absolutely refused to let go of that sapling. I'm telling you, it's definitely not ordinary. It really slapped that green bull. Why won't any of you believe me? No one believed him, but he still dug up the sapling and took it with him. What he didn't know was that after I had temporarily infused a thread of my power into that ordinary little tree, it really had become far from ordinary. Not long after I returned to the Yi family, Yi Sui-yun came to find me in the study. His face was grave, and the moment he entered he spoke. "Big brother, something happened." I lifted my teacup. "What is it?" A world-ending black cloud appeared over the Chingu Highlands and triggered a beast tide. Large numbers of demonic beasts have already rushed out of the highlands and are charging toward the border settlements. The hand with which I held the tea paused for a moment. A world-ending black cloud? That's right. Yi Sui-yun lowered his voice. The black cloud almost covered half the sky, accompanied by thunder and violet light. People outside are all saying either some peerless great demon has been born or an evil fiend has descended. Many commoners are already preparing to flee to other cities. I touch my nose. It's not that serious, is it? How is it not serious? Yi Sui-yun slapped the table. That black cloud just happened to appear over the northern border of Yunxiao City, and the demonic beasts erupted right afterward. Everyone is panicking now. Who knows what will happen next? I said nothing. I couldn't exactly tell him that it wasn't any great demon, nor any evil fiend. I had merely gone through tribulation. And because I thought the heavenly tribulation was too slow, I had even urged it along a few times. Yi Sui-yun continued. The Li family and the Tang family have already begun gathering manpower and are preparing to head for the border. They're sending support? Of course. The three great families each manage part of the territory. If the border is destroyed by the beast tide, the resource sites, trade routes, and towns will all suffer. The land surrounding Yunxiao City was jointly overseen by the three great families. The Tang family controlled the south. The Li family controlled the northeast. The Yi family mainly held the northwest region. The area struck by the beast tide happened to involve the Yi family's core interests. I set down my teacup. How many people are they planning to send? Probably not too many. Yi Sui-yun answered quickly. Following past practice, they'll send a batch of mid-level family cultivators to take command, then organize the local cultivators to clear out the demonic beasts. That should basically stabilize things. Then we'll send people too. I tapped the table. Take all the younger generation from the family. Yi Sui-yun froze. All of them? Yes. Big brother, those demonic beasts have already gone berserk. The younger disciples lack experience. If there are casualties, if they're afraid of getting hurt, then they should never cultivate at all. I cut him off directly. Flowers raised at home cannot withstand real storms. This is a perfect chance to let them see blood. Yi Sui-yun hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. I understand. I'm not finished. I continued. Take plenty of healing pills, weapons, and supplies. When they arrive at the border, they are not to put on the airs of Yi family young masters and young ladies. Have them defend the city with the local cultivators and kill demons together with them. If anyone gets hurt, the Yi family will treat them for free. Yi Sui-yun was completely stunned. Big brother, are you planning to move the entire Yi family treasury over there? More or less. Why? His face was full of pain. We may have money now, but we can't throw it around like this. Sui-yun, let me ask you something. I fixed my eyes on him. What is the most important thing for a power? Money. He answered without the slightest hesitation. For a moment, I honestly didn't know how to refute that. Money is certainly important. But if we want to make the Yi family bigger, money alone isn't enough. We also need people. I stood and walked in front of him. What those border cultivators lack isn't courage nor ability. It's just resources and opportunity. We help them now. Then when the Yi family needs people in the future, they'll stand on our side. Only then did Yi Sui-yun finally understand. Big brother wants to win people's hearts. Not buy them. I patted him on the shoulder. It's to let them see that the Yi family is worth following. If I wanted to, I could slap the Li family and Tang family to death in one stroke and casually unify Yunxiao City. But what then? Was I supposed to personally handle every matter afterward as well? Would the rest of the Yi family continue lying beneath my protection? A bunch of useless parasites who only knew how to stretch out their hands? That wasn't called a strong family. That was me single-handedly raising a burden. What I wanted was a Yi family that could grow on its own, fight on its own, and expand on its own. I ran into a few young cultivators in the highlands. Their aptitude may not be any worse than the Yi family disciples. They simply have no one to nurture them. There must be many people like that on the border. I stared at Yi Suiyun. So when you go over this time, don't look down on them from above. Find the ones worth using. Give them resources, give them opportunities, and also give them rules. Yi Suiyun nodded heavily. I understand. One more thing. I glanced at him. What cultivation level are you and Suehu and the others at now? Golden core. For how long? Yi Suiyun coughed awkwardly. Many years. These years we've been busy with family affairs and haven't had much time to cultivate. And our talent. Don't make excuses. I cut him off directly. When I said the whole clan cultivates, I didn't mean only the younger generation. From today onward, you and the others cultivate too. Yi Suiyun pulled a bitter face. Big brother, we're all already getting on in years. So what if you are? I slapped the table. My goal isn't just Yinxiao City. When the Yi family expands further in the future, am I supposed to lead a bunch of golden core elders around and make a fool of myself? Yi Suiyun's body trembled. He understood. The Yi family was going to go very far. And if he couldn't keep up, he would only be left behind where he stood. Big brother, I'll cultivate with everything I have. Don't just say it. I threw him a bottle of pills. Take it. Yi Suiyun caught the jade bottle. The moment he opened it, a rich medicinal fragrance poured out. His eyes widened. What grade is this? Enough to let you break through. Oh, really? If you don't leave now, I'll take it back. Yi Suiyun immediately stuffed the jade bottle into his robes. I'll arrange the support at once. The order was passed down that very day. The next day, the Yi family force set out in full. Young disciples, mid-level cultivators, healing pills, weapons, supplies, nothing was lacking. The display was so grand it looked as if they were preparing for a decisive battle against the beast tide itself. Once word spread, the Li family and Tang family laughed on the spot. Has the Yi family gone mad? They need the whole clan to deal with a bunch of demonic beasts that rushed out of the highlands? They're even healing border cultivators for free. Does that new patriarch have so much money he has nowhere to burn it? Some laughed so hard they bent over. Some mocked with cutting sarcasm. Others simply declared outright that sooner or later the new patriarch would bleed the Yi family dry. When I heard the news, I said only one thing. Let them laugh. In a while, we'll see who's still able to laugh. After settling the border matter, I immediately returned to my courtyard. The expansion of the Yi family could proceed slowly. But my daughter's body tempering could not be delayed. I took out the white jade bottle and drew out a single drop of tribulation lightning liquid. With just that one drop, the air in the room began to distort. Purple lightning flickered at my fingertips, so violent it looked as though it wanted to tear everything apart. With Yi Huang's current cultivation, let alone absorbing it, even touching the faintest trace would instantly reduce her to ash. The power is too strong. It needs to be neutralized. I cast technique after technique, peeling away layer after layer of the destructive aura within the tribulation lightning liquid, leaving behind only the purest force of creation. Then I raised a hand and condensed a medicinal furnace. Spirit herbs, beast blood, spirit marrow, all were cast into it. Flames rose. The medicinal liquid churned. A short while later, a bottle of golden body-tempering liquid fell into my hand. Faint arcs of lightning could be seen flashing within the bottle. It's done. I had just been about to go look for Yi Huang when the room's door was suddenly shoved open with force. Bang! Yi Huang charged in angrily. Dad, I put away the medicine bottle. What is it? She rushed 2 steps to the table, planted both hands on it, and glared at me fiercely. Why isn't my name on the list for the border training? Who told you? The whole clan knows already. The more Yi Huang spoke, the angrier she became. Everyone of my generation won't accept me. Do you think I'm useless? I looked at her. You want to go kill demons? Yes. People die there. I'm not afraid. The demonic beasts won't go easy on you just because you're the Yi family's eldest young lady. And I won't go easy on them just because they're demonic beasts. She answered without the slightest hesitation. I nearly laughed out loud. This girl's temper really did suit my tastes. But I still deliberately darkened my expression. What if I simply refuse to let you go? Yi Huang bit down on her lip. Then I'll go by myself. I narrowed my eyes. Say that again? She was clearly a little afraid, but she still raised her head and met my eyes. I want to go. I want to become stronger. I don't want to hide behind you forever, Dad. The room suddenly fell silent. I looked at her stubborn face, then placed the body-tempering liquid I had just refined onto the table. Fine. Yi Huang froze. You agree? If you want to go, you can. I pushed the medicine bottle toward her. First, prove that you have the right. She snatched up the bottle. How do I prove it? I rose and walked toward the courtyard. Come with me. Tonight, we temper your body. If you endure it, I'll personally send you to the border. And if I can't, I looked back at her. Then you stay home and behave. Yi Huang clenched the bottle tightly and immediately followed after me. I'll definitely endure it. You'd better. I pushed open the courtyard gate, the corners of my lips rising slightly. Little girl. This was body-tempering liquid made from the 99 heavenly tribulation. Once you walk out of that medicinal bath, the entire younger generation of Yunxiao City will be beneath your feet. All my brothers and sisters have set out, so why am I the only one not allowed to go? I want to do my part for the family too. I refuse to accept this. Yi Huang paced back and forth in the room like an enraged little lioness. Looking at her puffed-up expression, not only was I not angry, I was actually a little amused. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to stand up and fight for something she wanted. That was a good thing. But courage was one matter, reality another. When it was time to knock someone down a peg, it still had to be done. I kept a stern face. You want to go to the border too? That's right. Yi Huang suddenly lifted her head, her attitude extremely firm. Then let me ask you, what realm is Yi Long at now? She froze for a moment. Third layer of Qi transformation, but, and Yi Qian and Yi Qian. Great perfection of Qi refining. The siblings of your third uncle's family, and the brothers from your fourth uncle's family, the sisters from your fifth uncle's family. What realms are they in? Yi Huang said nothing. Among the direct descendants of the Yi family around her age, the weakest were still at the 10th layer of Qi refining. Yi Long and one of the daughters of the fifth uncle's branch had already broken into the Qi transformation realm, and she was only at the 7th layer of Qi refining, the weakest out of all of them. I said mercilessly, you're only at the 7th layer of Qi refining. Your strength isn't enough, and you have no experience. If you go to the border, other than dying and making me lose face, what else can you do? Yi Huang lowered her head. Her hands twisted tightly in the hem of her clothes, her lips pressed into a straight line. Strength had always been the deepest pain in her heart. As the patriarch's daughter and the eldest girl of the Yi family, she couldn't even compare to quite a few collateral branch disciples. Though no one in the clan dared mock her to her face, that didn't mean she herself didn't care. Watching her silent, I felt a bit of regret. Had I gone too far? After all, she was still just a little girl. If she burst into tears, I'd be the one who had to console her. But after waiting for quite a while, not a single tear fell from her eyes. Not bad. Her psychological resilience was stronger than I had imagined. I let out a light snort. So you should just stay home and cultivate honestly. When the day comes that you're no weaker than them, then think about contributing to the family. Yi Huang bit her lip. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and said in a small voice, but if everyone goes and I'm the only one left at home, wouldn't that also make you lose face? I was slightly taken aback. So that was what she cared about. If all the younger generation of the Yi family went to the border for training, but the patriarch's own daughter was the only one left behind, then in the eyes of outsiders, it would clearly look like favoritism. She wasn't afraid of people laughing at herself. She was afraid of people laughing at me, the patriarch, for showing favoritism and being unwilling to send even his own daughter out. The little girl's thoughts were more delicate than I'd expected. I fell silent for a moment, then beckoned to her. Xiao Huang, come here. She slowly walked over to me. I know what you're thinking. But no matter what you do, no one can reach the heavens in a single step. If you want to bring me honor and contribute to the Yi family, then all the more reason you should strengthen yourself first. A weak person with nothing but hot blood will only throw away her life in vain. Yi Huang nodded, but from the look on her face, it was obvious. She still refused to accept it. I felt a little helpless. How about this? If you can cultivate that sword art I gave you to the minor mastery stage, then I'll let you go to the border. Yi Huang's eyes instantly lit up. Really? You can't lie to me. When have I ever lied to you? The sword art I had given her was 9 Godslayer forms. The power of this sword art couldn't be measured by Yunshao City's standards at all. At Yi Huang's current realm, if she could cultivate even the first form to minor mastery, her combat power would undergo a heaven-shaking transformation. At that point, let alone Qi refining cultivators. Even Yi Long at the third layer of Qi transformation probably wouldn't be able to receive her full-powered sword strike. If she could truly cultivate it, then naturally I'd have no reason to continue stopping her. But Yi Huang had barely rejoiced for long before she frowned again. By the time I cultivate the sword art successfully, won't they already have returned from the border? No. I shook my head. This training will last at least 4 months. What? Do you not have confidence in cultivating it within 4 months? I do. Yi Huang immediately clenched her fists. After my guidance these past few days, she had already touched the threshold of the 9 Godslayer forms. By her own estimate, let alone 4 months. 2 months would be enough. The moment she thought of herself rushing to the border and fighting side by side with her brothers and sisters, she became excited at once. I'll go cultivate right now. She turned and was about to leave. I quickly called her back. Come back. Yi Huang stopped and looked at me in confusion. What else is it? Cultivate what? I gave her a sidelong glance. With your current body, if you forcefully unleash the 9 Godslayer forms, before the sword even cuts out, you'll already have crippled yourself first. Temper your body first. Half an hour later, a large vat had appeared in my room. It looked perfectly ordinary, almost crude, even. But if an artifact smith had been present, they probably would have fallen to their knees on the spot and cursed me for squandering wealth. Because this vat was made entirely from Tanyuan stone. Tanyuan stone was a mid-grade profound rank material. It was usually used in the construction of large spirit-gathering arrays, and even a tiny chunk was worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Yet this vat of mine was built entirely from Tanyuan stone. Its value was at least over 100 million. Still, money was money only after it had been spent. Sitting in storage space, it was just a string of meaningless numbers. Get in. I pointed at the medicinal vat. Yi Huang obediently climbed into it. The vat was already filled with dark red medicinal liquid. The moment she sat down, she immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Hiss! Scorching energy surged in from all directions, like countless fine needles continuously stimulating her skin. Yi Huang quickly shut her eyes and circulated her cultivation method. Though she had never used body-tempering liquid before, she had at least heard of it. This kind of spirit liquid was refined from large quantities of precious spirit herbs. The higher the grade, the stronger the energy. Father must have spent an enormous amount of spirit stones to prepare this vat of body-tempering liquid. It absolutely couldn't be wasted. Smack! I slapped the back of her head. Yi Huang covered her head and opened her eyes. Dad, why did you hit me? I was just about to ask you the same thing. What are you doing? Absorbing the body-tempering liquid. I pointed at the jade bottle on the nearby table. The real body-tempering liquid is still right here. What exactly are you absorbing? The air. Ah. Yi Huang lowered her head and looked at the red medicinal liquid in the vat. This isn't the body-tempering liquid? Of course not. I shook my head. This is only auxiliary medicine, used to protect the meridians, stimulate blood and qi, and incidentally help your body absorb more effectively. Yi Huang was stunned. If these were only auxiliary medicines, the energy was already this enormous. Then how powerful was the real body-tempering liquid? I picked up the jade bottle containing the golden liquid, and my expression also turned serious. Xiao Huang, listen carefully. The power of this body-tempering liquid is extremely strong for your current level. No matter what happens in a moment, you must guard your mind firmly and circulate the Kanglin art with all your strength. You absolutely must not lose focus. Do you understand? Seeing me so serious, Yi Huang also put away all thoughts of fooling around. I understand. Close your eyes. Gather your essence and hold to the one. After she had prepared herself, I opened the bottle stopper. Eng! A faint but discernible dragon's cry rang out. Golden light poured from the bottle and quickly condensed into a small golden dragon only about the length of an arm. The golden dragon rose into the air and circled the room once. Though Yi Huang had her eyes closed, she could still feel that overwhelmingly vast aura. It felt as though even a trace leaking out would be enough to tear her entire body apart. Go! I pointed with 2 fingers. The golden dragon dove downward, plunging straight into the medicinal vat. Boom! The entire vat of liquid instantly boiled. The dark red fluid began spinning at high speed, layering whirlpools around Yi Huang at the center. A streak of golden light darted rapidly through the whirlpool. "Circulate your cultivation method," I shouted in a low voice. Yi Huang immediately activated the Kanglan art. As if sensing something, the golden dragon suddenly changed direction and burrowed into her body through her meridians. Boom! Yi Huang's body suddenly shuddered. The violent energy exploded inside her, instantly sweeping through her limbs and bones. Every inch of flesh, every meridian, even every bone in her body was seized by intense swelling pain. She nearly lost control of her cultivation on the spot. But at the critical moment, she clenched her teeth so hard that she forced herself to endure it. I nodded faintly. Not bad. She had endured the first wave of power. The hand seals in my fingers changed. The little golden dragon flew back out of Yi Huang's body. Compared to before, the light on its body was slightly dimmer. Once Yi Huang had completely refined that wave of power, I controlled the golden dragon into her body once more. Enter. Refine. Leave. Again and again. After a full hour, the golden dragon had become an almost transparent phantom. The red medicinal liquid in the vat had also gradually turned clear. When the final thread of energy melted into Yi Huang's body, she abruptly opened her eyes. A wisp of golden flame flashed through her pupils and vanished. The body tempering was complete. I looked at her. How does it feel? Yi Huang's gaze was still a little dazed, as though she hadn't yet fully awakened from the state she had just been in. A few breaths later, she lowered her head and looked at her own hands. I think I'm invincible. The moment she finished speaking, she threw a punch straight into the wall of the vat. Bang! The vat, made from Tonyuan stone, trembled slightly, and a huge sheet of water splashed skyward, drenching me from head to toe. The room instantly fell silent. Yi Huang stared at my dripping wet hair, froze for a moment, then covered her mouth and snickered. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Expressionless, I wiped the water from my face. You'd better not have. Get out here. Oh. After she had tidied her clothes, I carefully examined her body. The body tempering effect was even better than I had expected. Her strength, speed, and bodily toughness had all risen to more than 3 times what they were before. And that was only the current effect. Most of the power of the body tempering liquid was still hidden deep within her limbs and bones. As her cultivation continued to deepen, that power would slowly be released, continuing to nourish her flesh, meridians, and skeleton. Once she had fully absorbed it, I would perform the second round of body tempering. There was no helping it. Her previous physical foundation had simply been too poor, and her capacity to endure was limited. Even though I had countless ways to let her undergo a complete transformation overnight, I still couldn't rush it. Cultivation was like building a tower. If the foundation was unstable, the higher you built, the faster it collapsed. Go get used to your current strength. I instructed. Don't punch the whole courtyard apart. Got it. Yi Huang nodded excitedly and ran out like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, bursts of air-splitting sounds rang out in the courtyard. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword wind grew sharper and sharper. I walked over to the window and sat down. While watching her practice swordsmanship, I took out a thick stack of books. Among them were cultivation methods, pill formulas, artifact forging manuals, and also books introducing the mountains, rivers, geography, and major powers of this continent. Since coming to this world, I had never truly taken the time to understand it. It's about time I had a proper look. I casually opened the first book. At the same time, a colossal city sat in the middle of a plain 1,000 li away from Yunshao City. Su City. This city was several times larger than Yunshao City. Tall buildings filled the city. The streets were broad. Cultivators could be seen everywhere. Dark red city walls dozens of meters high stretched across the land, with formation light faintly circulating within them. A single city gate alone was hundreds of meters wide. The carts and horses lined up outside to enter the city extended beyond sight. An ordinary-looking carriage slowly passed through the city gate. Gu Wanxin lifted the curtain and looked out at the bustling streets beyond, her heart somewhat dazed. Ever since she had been assigned to Yunshao City, she had only returned once in the last 3 years. That time, because the branch pavilion's profits had been too poor, she had been mocked in public by the other pavilion masters. Ever since then, at each annual pavilion master meeting, she had only sent the deputy pavilion master in her place. It wasn't that she didn't want to come back. It was that she didn't want to see those people's faces again. But this time, it was different. Gu Wanxin turned her head and looked at the neatly stacked storage pouches inside the carriage. What they contained was wealth enough to shock the entire main pavilion of Sioux City. For years of humiliation. Today, she was going to wash all of it clean. A middle-aged man lifted the curtain. Pavilion Master, shall we first find a place to rest before reporting to the main pavilion? The one speaking was named Emochio, Deputy Pavilion Master of Myriad Treasures Pavilion in Yunshao City, a cultivator at great perfection of the Golden Core realm. And not just him. Though the entire caravan appeared to consist of servants, guards, and coachmen, in truth every single person among them was in the Golden Core realm. Gu Wanxin had practically mobilized all of the branch pavilion's high-end strength. There was no choice. The wealth they were carrying this time was simply too great. If anything went wrong, even dying 100 times wouldn't be enough for her to repay the loss. No need to rest. Gu Wanxin lowered the curtain. We go directly to the main pavilion. They had worried the whole way and finally arrived safely in Sioux City. She didn't want any accident to happen at the very last step. In Yunshao City, Golden Core cultivators already counted as top-tier experts. But in Sioux City, Golden Core only counted as high-level battle strength. Far from enough to do as one pleased. Half an hour later, the caravan stopped before a 9-story pavilion. The structure towered into the clouds, thick with the aura of formations. Standing below it, one couldn't even clearly see the very top floor. Gu Wanxin stepped down from the carriage and drew a deep breath. Bring the goods. We're going in. A short while later, she arrived at a spacious council hall. At the very front of the room, a stern middle-aged man sat behind a table, carefully flipping through an account book. Off to one side sat a handsome young man. The young man had one leg crossed over the other, leisurely sipping spirit tea. Gu Wanxin stepped forward and cupped her hands in salute. Greetings, Chief Envoy Luo. The middle-aged man's name was Luo Qing. Not only was he the person in charge of Myriad Treasures Pavilion in Sioux City, he was also the chief envoy overseeing more than a dozen surrounding cities. Myriad Treasures Pavilion's influence spanned the continent, and its internal hierarchy was strict. Stewards, chief envoys, deputy envoys, pavilion masters, each had their own duties. Among them, branch pavilion masters might seem glamorous on the surface, but in the true upper hierarchy, they were only the lowest tier. Luo Qing set down the account book and glanced at Gu Wanxin. So it's Pavilion Master Gu. It's been several years since I last saw you. Gu Wanxin remained neither humble nor overbearing. The affairs of Yunshao City are busy. I hope Chief Envoy Luo will forgive me. Heh. A light laugh suddenly came from the side. The young man set down his teacup and looked her up and down without restraint. If you had no face to come back, just say so. What affairs could there possibly be in a poor backwater like Yunshao City? Gu Wanxin's expression darkened slightly. This young man was called Song Shuang, the pavilion master of Myriad Treasures Pavilion in Huangya City. 3 years ago, the person who had mocked her most viciously had been him. And this seems to have something to do with you, Pavilion Master Song? Of course it has something to do with me. Song Shuang leaned back in his chair, his smile flippant. But in a few days, I'm afraid you won't be calling me Pavilion Master Song anymore. You'll be calling me Deputy Envoy Song. Gu Wanxin's heart sank, and she immediately looked toward Luo Qing. Luo Qing smiled faintly. That's right. Song Shuang has created considerable profits for Myriad Treasures Pavilion over the past few years, so I intend to promote him to Deputy Envoy. In the future, he will manage the Yunshao City Branch Pavilion in my stead. Gu Wanxin's expression changed immediately. Let Song Shuang manage Yunshao City? She and Song Shuang already had old grievances. If he truly became her superior, would she have any good days left? Chief Envoy Luo, I'm afraid that would be inappropriate. Luo Qing toyed with a jade bead in his hand, his expression gradually turning cold. Are you questioning my decision? I wouldn't dare. Gu Wanxin suppressed her anger. Myriad Treasures Pavilion has always spoken in terms of merit. Naturally, I would not dare question your decision. It's only that the Yunshao City Branch Pavilion has always been operating well and is fully capable of independent management. There is no need to assign a deputy envoy to interfere. What a joke, Song Shuang sneered. You didn't dare return to the main pavilion for 3 years, and your annual profits were pitifully low, lower even than some secondary cities. With results like that, how dare you talk about independent management? Gu Wanxin had just been about to retort when Luo Qing raised a hand to cut her off. Pavilion Master Gu. Though Yunshao City is not exactly prosperous, it is still a small main city. Your results these past few years have indeed been difficult to justify. The Huangya city that Pavilion Master Song manages can bring nearly 10 billion spirit stones of profit to Myriad Treasures Pavilion every year. Having him manage Yunshao City would also be a rare learning opportunity for you. Gu Wanxin's heart sank completely. It was now obvious. Luo Qing and Song Shuang had reached an agreement long ago. Her performance in recent years truly had not been good. But everyone knew that was due to Yunshao City's environment itself. Yunshao City was remote, with limited surrounding resources and no large sects or major trade routes. The yearly trade volume was only so much. No matter who was sent there, it would be hard to create particularly high profits. Huangya City, on the other hand, was different. It was the largest main city within 10,000 li except for Su City itself. Inside the city were many great clans. Outside, sects stood everywhere, and all kinds of forces fought year-round. Where there was conflict, there would be casualties. And where there were casualties, there would be a great need for pills, weapons, talismans, and formation materials. Let alone 10 billion profit a year. If she were sent there, she could do it too. Now Luo Qing was comparing Yunshao City and Huangya City together to begin with, which was inherently unfair. What was more, if Luo Qing and Song Shuang had no relationship, why would Huangya City, a fat post, ever have been given to him? This time, they were clearly targeting her. But since Gu Wanxin had dared to come back, she would not easily admit defeat. Chief Envoy Luo, if my performance truly falls far short of Song Shuang's, then naturally I would have no objection to your arrangement. However, she looked at Emochio. Emochio immediately stepped forward and placed a jade slip and several storage pouches onto the table. Gu Wanxin straightened her back and said, word by word, not long ago, the Yunshao City Branch Pavilion completed a one-time sale of goods worth 143.8 billion spirit stones. Net profit, 19.2 billion spirit stones. The moment those words fell, the room instantly sank into dead silence. The smile on Song Shuang's face froze. Even Luo Qing's brows furrowed slightly. He picked up the jade slip and sent his divine sense inside. It contained a complete record of the transaction. Names of goods, grades, quantities, costs, sale prices, everything was perfectly clear. Then he inspected the storage pouches one by one. The expression on his face grew more and more serious. The spirit stones were real, and there was no problem with the accounts. Impossible. Song Shuang suddenly stood up. More than 140 billion. Unless you emptied half the Yunshao City Branch Pavilion's treasury, there is absolutely no way there could have been a transaction this large. Gu Wanxin sneered. Not half the treasury. I sold every treasure above profound rank, including the 5 treasure of the shop items. She looked at Song Shuang's ashen face, her tone dripping with mockery. Pavilion Master Song, not every branch pavilion is as wealthy as Huangya City. You? Song Shuang's face flushed red. That's enough. Luo Qing barked in a low voice, stopping the two from continuing to argue. He looked back toward Gu Wanxin, and there was now a trace more friendliness on his face. Pavilion Master Gu, could you tell me how this transaction was completed? Gu Wanxin's heart immediately became wary. Chief Envoy Luo, according to Myriad Treasures Pavilion's rules, branch pavilions are not obligated to report a customer's identity. Of course, she could not reveal Yi Suifeng. A customer who could casually bring out more than 100 billion spirit stones had value beyond measure. The moment news leaked, forget Song Shuang. Even Luo Qing himself would likely rush to Yunshao City at once. At that point, she, the branch pavilion master, could be replaced at any moment. Luo Qing stared at her for a moment. Then a smile slowly appeared on his face. Pavilion Master Gu has misunderstood. I only asked casually. This time you have created immense profit for Myriad Treasures Pavilion. It is indeed a great merit. I will truthfully report it upward. Gu Wanxin's expression eased slightly, but the next words from Luo Qing sent her heart sinking straight back to the bottom. However, Song Shuang's promotion to deputy envoy has already been decided. In the future, you will work under his jurisdiction. Gu Wanxin suddenly lifted her head. She had already brought out a net profit of 19.2 billion spirit stones. A single month's result had already surpassed Song Shuang by almost 2 years. Yet Luo Qing still intended to let Song Shuang stand over her? The anger could no longer be suppressed. This isn't fair. Her voice rang throughout the entire council hall. The smile on Luo Qing's face gradually vanished. Abundant resources, when managed by someone with more experience, can maximize benefit. Pavilion Master Gu. Don't throw a childish tantrum. This was a customer source I developed. Gu Wanxin said angrily. You have no right to simply take it away. Gu Wanxin. Luo Qing's voice suddenly grew heavier. The pressure of a powerhouse spread through the room. Out of consideration for the merit you've rendered this time, I have tolerated you until now. If you continue questioning my decision, I do not mind assigning you elsewhere. It just so happens that several secondary cities are short of pavilion masters. You can go there and temper yourself for a few years. It was a naked threat. Gu Wanxin clenched her fists tightly. She wanted to resist. But Luo Qing was both chief envoy and held the authority over personnel movements for the surrounding branch pavilions. With a single sentence from him, she could be removed from Yunxiao City. I will report this matter truthfully, Gu Wanxin said through gritted teeth. Luo Qing didn't care at all. As you wish. Gu Wanxin did not continue arguing. She withdrew her gaze and turned to leave the room. Mo Qiu and the others immediately followed. Only after she had fully left did Song Shuang walk over to Luo Qing's side. Uncle, if she really does report it, what should we do? Song Shuang lowered his voice, a vicious glint flashing through his eyes. How about on her return trip to Yunxiao City, Luo Qing shot him a cold glance. How many times have I told you this? Don't think of solving every problem with violence. No matter what, Gu Wanxin is still a branch pavilion master. If she dies for no reason, the headquarters will inevitably send people to investigate. By then, it'll only become even more troublesome. Song Shuang immediately lowered his head. I was short-sighted. Luo Qing leaned back in his chair and lightly tapped the table with his fingers. You just focus on properly being deputy envoy first. With me here, she won't be able to make any waves. To the real big figures above us, over 100 billion spirit stones is not some heaven-shaking figure. A large transaction appearing by chance is not enough to make them value a branch pavilion master with no background. Song Shuang let out a breath of relief. Then next, you go to Yunxiao City with her. Luo Qing narrowed his eyes. Once you arrive, immediately take over branch pavilion affairs. Whether it's checking the accounts, investigating the records of the transaction, or prying information from other people, you must get to the bottom of one thing for me. How exactly did she sell more than 140 billion worth of goods in such a short time? The moment you find that customer, take control of him for yourselves. A smile reappeared on Song Shuang's face. Understood. Luo Qing picked up the account record on the table, greed flashing through his eyes. A customer able to bring out over 100 billion spirit stones in one go. There was absolutely no way he would make only a single transaction. If they could firmly seize hold of him, then what he could bring wouldn't be only that 100+ billion. It had now been exactly 1 month since I came to this world. During that month, I had read through a great number of books and had finally gained a preliminary understanding of this continent's structure and cultivation system. The land beneath my feet was so vast it exceeded imagination, stretching across unknown tens of thousands of li. Even if an ordinary cultivator exhausted an entire lifetime, it would be impossible to walk every corner of the continent. Yunxiao City was located in the northern central region of the continent, slightly to the north. That central northern region, meanwhile, was jointly ruled by a vast organization known as the Nine Cities Alliance. As the name suggested, the Nine Cities Alliance was composed of 9 giant cities. Su City was one of them. It governed 5 main cities including Yunxiao City, along with a great many secondary cities. Every 3 years, Yunshao City had to hand over a large amount of resources to Sioux City in exchange for Sioux City's protection. Put nicely, it was called tribute. Put bluntly, it was protection money. And Yunshao City had no option of refusing to pay it. Once it refused, the surrounding cities would lose all restraint and freely harass Yunshao City. Even Sioux City itself might personally take action. And if it truly came to that, with Yunshao City's current strength, it would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. Reasonable. I didn't have much objection to that. Within a giant organization, if you enjoyed the benefits brought by order and rules, then naturally you had to pay the corresponding price for them. In truth, I rather liked this comparatively stable environment. Only with order could development happen. Only with rules could civilization exist. Otherwise, if everyone relied only on their fists and everything devolved into naked survival of the fittest, then how would it differ from a primitive age of eating raw flesh and drinking blood? As for this world's cultivation system, it didn't differ much from my original guesses. Qi refining and Qi transformation each had 12 layers. After that came the 7 major realms of foundation establishment: golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit transformation, void fusion, and tribulation transcendence, with each realm again divided into 9 layers. On the surface, the tribulation transcendence realm was already the pinnacle of power in this world. But among the common folk, a certain saying had always circulated, that some existences of terrifying power had used special means to avoid heavenly tribulation. They possessed strength beyond the tribulation transcendence realm, yet hid behind the world, secretly manipulating everything on the continent. Most people dismissed this as absurd rumor, but I knew it was true, because I myself was exactly this kind of monster, and the vast divine sense I had felt last time from the depths of the northern snowfields had also clearly surpassed the tribulation transcendence realm. In other words, in this world there was at least one being capable of making me become slightly serious. I'll meet them sooner or later. I wasn't in a hurry. For now, the most important thing was to develop the Yi family first. Since I had taken on the role of patriarch, then I might as well build the Yi family into the top power on the continent. That would be at least somewhat interesting. Today was once again the Yi family's monthly regular meeting. Inside the council hall, I sat across from several family stewards and decision-makers, listening to them report on the events of this month. The beast tide on the northern border is still severe, and quite a few of the family's resource sites have been impacted. However, we have committed a large amount of manpower and material resources, and the situation has now become much more stable. The family shops have also stabilized for the time being. We can start considering expansion. And there's also the younger generation. This month, with the large increase in resource supply, many people successfully broke through their realms. The results we achieved this one month are practically worth the last 3 months combined. Yi Suiyun and the others spoke one after another, all with excited expressions on their faces. With the 10 billion spirit stones I had given last month, the Yi family's development during this time could be described in only 4 words: thriving beyond measure. Only after the several of them had finished their reports did Yi Suiyun take out an account book from his robe and carefully hand it to me. Big brother, this month we do add a great deal of resources, so in terms of expenditures. At this point, his expression became somewhat unnatural. It was a little high. Please take a look first. It's fine. I reached out and accepted the account book. Money is earned to be spent. But the moment I opened the account book and saw the figure written inside, a surge of irritation rose straight from my chest. Smack! I threw the account book onto the table and looked up at Yi Suiyun. This month, you only spent 1.5 billion? The council hall fell silent in an instant. The smiles vanished from the faces of the stewards at the same time. A layer of cold sweat even appeared on Yi Suiyun's forehead. Big brother. It's also my first time managing such a huge amount of spirit stones, so there really were some problems in the planning. But don't worry. After this month's accumulation of experience, I'll definitely allocate resources more rationally in the future. Next month's spending can certainly be kept within 1 billion. Yi Suihu also quickly spoke up for him. Big brother, actually Suiyun has already done very well. This month we purchased too many resources. Even after increasing the welfare of the clansmen, we still used less than half. The remaining resources are still in the treasury. Future spending will definitely come down. The other two also nodded one after another. Patriarch, don't worry. We definitely won't spend this much again in the future. Watching how cautious they all looked, I let out a deep sigh. These people had clearly misunderstood. Where was I saying they had spent too much? I was saying they had spent too little. A full 10 billion spirit stones, and in 1 month, they had only spent 1.5 billion. Were the remaining 8.5 billion supposed to hatch offspring? I glanced again at my system wallet. It was a string of low-grade spirit stones 20 digits long. The fraction alone exceeded 800 quadrillion. At Yi Suiyun's spending speed, how many years would it take before he could spend even the fractional part of my wealth? A bunch of idiots. They didn't even know how to spend money. I raised a hand and tapped the table. Suiyun, let me ask you something. Yi Suiyun sat upright. Please speak, big brother. How long of a budget do you think that 10 billion I gave you last month was meant to cover? Yi Suiyun blinked and asked tentatively. Wasn't it for a year? Of course not. I slapped the table. That was a 1-month budget. I gave you 10 billion so that you would spend it all within a single month. And you only spent 1.5 billion. How exactly are you serving as the family's financial manager? The entire council hall was silent as death. All of the stewards stared at me blankly. They even suspected there was something wrong with their ears. 10 billion spirit stones. For only 1 month's budget? Yi Suiyun in particular was completely stunned. In all his years of life, this was the first time he had ever been scolded for spending too little money. Be big brother. You're serious? I looked at him darkly. Do I look like I'm joking? The several men looked at one another. For a moment, no one knew what to say. Spending 10 billion spirit stones in a single month. This was no longer just being rich and overbearing. It was downright insane. Yi Suiyun pulled a miserable face and said quietly, Big brother, it's not that I don't want to spend it. It's just that spending all 10 billion within a month is also a very difficult thing. What's difficult about it? I raised a brow. Yi Suiyun braced himself and explained. The family's current ability to supply resources is limited. The younger generation's cultivation supply is basically already close to saturation. If we increase resources further, they won't be able to absorb them. We can't exactly just throw spirit stones out for nothing, can we? His mood was extremely complicated. Even if someone beat him to death, he never would have imagined that one day he would be worried because there was too much money and he couldn't spend it all. I shook my head helplessly. Suiyun, you're still trapped by your old perspective. You haven't jumped out of your old way of thinking at all. Tell me this. Are the younger generation the only ones in the Yi family who need cultivation resources? Yi Suiyun froze. I continued. What about the family stewards? What about those clansmen who work for the family? What about the elders? And you few as well. Do none of you need resources? The higher one's cultivation, the more resources are needed for breakthroughs. Don't tell me that the dignified Yi family can't even spend 10 billion spirit stones. And those instructors and guest experts, can't you improve their gear, provide them more resources, and make them work more wholeheartedly for the Yi family? And if that still doesn't work, go recruit talented people from among the common folk. There are plenty of gifted people in this world who have no background at all. What they lack is not effort, nor talent. What they lack is resources. As long as the Yi family is willing to spend money, are you afraid we won't be able to recruit talent? If you can't even spend money properly, what use is there in my letting you manage the family finances? Faced with my scolding, Yi Suiyun involuntarily shrank his neck. He truly had never thought of these things before, because the Yi family had never once been wealthy to this extent. In the past, every single spirit stone had to be split in half before being spent. The core of all financial planning had always been saving. Who would seriously think about how to spend spirit stones faster and more efficiently? Even if you really don't know how to arrange it, you at least know how to buy things, don't you? I tapped the table. Myriad Treasures Pavilion is right there. Cultivation methods, pills, spirit artifacts, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. What don't they have? A mere 10 billion thrown into Myriad Treasures Pavilion wouldn't even make a splash. Yi Suiyun scratched his head. Big brother, did you forget? Myriad Treasures Pavilion in Yunshao City was already emptied out by you last time. I frowned slightly. They haven't restocked? It had already been a whole month since the last transaction. After so long, they still hadn't replenished the goods? Myriad Treasures Pavilion's efficiency was far too poor. No, Yi Suiyan said. They may also be encountering this kind of situation for the first time and need some time to prepare. Forget it. I waved a hand. Leave the Myriad Treasures Pavilion matter for now. In a few days, I'll go take a look myself. Then I remembered something else. The younger generation sent to train on the northern border. Aren't they about to return? Yi Suihu nodded. That's right. They come back once every month. On one hand, to report the situation on the border. On the other hand, to collect new cultivation resources. Afterward, they'll return to the border again, until the impact caused by the beast tide has been completely eliminated. Good. I looked at the several stewards. Once they return, readjust resource allocation based on each person's achievements on the border. Anyone who performed well and contributed to the family must be heavily rewarded. The cultivation methods, spirit artifacts, and pills I brought back from Myriad Treasures Pavilion last time, don't hide them away. Open them all up. If good things aren't used and are only left to gather dust in the family treasury, are they supposed to reproduce? The men nodded quickly. I continued instructing. In addition, encourage them to make more contact with talented people among the common folk outside. If they meet people of clean background and good character, find ways to recruit them into the Yi family. Whether they become guest elders, consecrates, or dependents of the Yi family, all are acceptable. If the Yi family wants to grow stronger, it cannot rely forever only on members of the bloodline. With that string of orders issued, all the stewards carefully memorized them. At the end, I took out another storage pouch and threw it in front of Yi Suiyan. Bang! The pouch landed on the table. Yi Suiyan's eyelid twitched along with it. There's another 10 billion spirit stones in there. Add that to the 8.5 billion left over from last month, and the total is 18.5 billion. I looked at Yi Suiyan and said each word clearly. Next month, if you still can't spend it all, then I'll replace you with someone better at spending money to manage the family finances. With that, I rose and left directly. Inside the council hall, only the several stewards remained, staring at one another. Looking at the two storage pouches on the table, Yi Suiyan felt his vision go dark. A full 18.5 billion spirit stones to spend within 1 month. At that moment, for the first time in his life, he deeply understood. Having too much money was also a kind of trouble. It had already been more than 10 days since Song Shuang arrived in Yunqiao City. In order to find that mysterious tycoon, he had successively visited many well-known and influential figures in the city. Among them were even the patriarchs of the Tang family and the Li family. The financial power of those two families was indeed not weak, especially the Tang family. The Tang family had rooted itself in Yunqiao City for many generations, and through generational accumulation held extremely immense wealth. But after a round of probing and investigation, Song Shuang was basically certain that neither of them was the mysterious customer. The Li family was still lacking in financial depth. With the Li family's foundation, there was simply no way they could produce more than 100 billion spirit stones in one stroke to buy resources. As for the Tang family, although they might be able to produce that sum, they had absolutely no reason to do so. The structure of the Tang family's industries was highly stable. Suddenly emptying out all high-end resources from Myriad Treasures Pavilion would bring them no benefit whatsoever. At this point, the leads seemed to have completely run dry. Inside the room, Song Shuang sat at the table, brows furrowed deeply. A middle-aged man standing beside him asked tentatively, "Deputy Envoy, how about we go take a look at the Yi family?" Song Shuang pondered for a moment, but in the end still shook his head. No need. According to the information we obtained, the Yi family is only a clan that rose within the last 100 years. The reason they were able to squeeze into the three great families of Yunqiao City was the unity of their clansmen, plus a kind of reckless ferocity. In terms of foundation, the Yi family is far inferior to the Tang and Li families. It absolutely cannot be them. As he said this, several traces of contempt appeared on Song Shuang's face. What's more, when I spoke with the two patriarchs of the Tang and Li families, both of them held the Yi family in rather low regard. I've heard that the Yi family's new patriarch is an out-and-out fool. A family like that is not worth our time. The middle-aged man nodded and did not doubt Song Shuang's judgment. For any power, foundation was an extremely important standard of evaluation. Throughout history, There had been countless clans and sects that once shone brilliantly for a time. But those that were truly powerful were never the suddenly rising forces. They were always the ancient existences that could still pass down their inheritance after weathering countless storms. The Yi family had only risen within 100 years. Compared with a true behemoth, they didn't even count as a nouveau riche. In that case, I suppose we can only act through Gu Wanxin. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. Song Shuang gave a cold snort. That damned woman is far too guarded. Ever since returning from Sioux City, she hasn't made a single move. She's only put out a very small portion of the new goods she brought back. She's clearly guarding against us on purpose, not wanting us to come into contact with that mysterious customer. The middle-aged man frowned. Deputy Envoy, Gu Wanxin is, in the end, only a branch pavilion master. Can't we directly force her to hand over the transaction records? She's currently holding back the goods instead of putting them on the shelves. That's already affecting Myriad Treasures Pavilion's normal business operations. Song Shuang glanced at him. No. Although I've already been promoted to Deputy Envoy, the person in charge of the Yunshao City Branch Pavilion is still Gu Wanxin. As long as she hasn't clearly violated Myriad Treasures Pavilion's rules, I cannot directly interfere in the branch pavilion's concrete affairs. At most, I can only report the matter upward and wait for the main pavilion to handle it. The internal hierarchy of Myriad Treasures Pavilion was strict, and its rules allowed no challenge. Those rules existed not only to maintain order, but also to protect those low-level stewards and branch managers who had no backing. If superiors could overstep their authority at will, then the entire Myriad Treasures Pavilion would long since have fallen into chaos. Forget it. Song Shuang leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Have people keep a close eye on Gu Wanxin. I refuse to believe she can hide that customer forever. If the new batch of goods still hasn't gone on the shelves after more than a month, then naturally I'll have ways to deal with her. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from outside. A guard rushed in anxiously. Deputy Envoy, something terrible has happened. Song Shuang's face darkened. What are you panicking for? What happened? The guard immediately replied. Gu Wanxin has suddenly disappeared. Drunken Dream Tower, the most luxurious restaurant in all of Yunshao City. It was said that as long as one had enough spirit stones, no matter what request a guest made, Drunken Dream Tower could find a way to satisfy it. At this moment, inside a lavish private room on the top floor, Gu Wanxin and I sat facing each other. Pavilion Master Gu. I glanced at the room's arrangements. Why is the transaction being held here this time? Yesterday, after the family meeting ended, I went to Myriad Treasures Pavilion early this morning. I had originally intended to ask Gu Wanxin personally why, after an entire month, Myriad Treasures Pavilion still had not completed its restocking. As a result, before my carriage even reached the pavilion, Gu Wanxin's personal maid suddenly appeared. She told me Gu Wanxin was waiting at Drunken Dream Tower, so I was brought here instead. Gu Wanxin smiled gently. Patriarch Yi is the most honored guest of our Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Naturally, Wanxin must receive you properly. After saying that, she lightly clapped her hands. The door to the room opened. A group of graceful, beautiful maids filed in one after another, laying out the finest wine and dishes Drunken Dream Tower had to offer until the entire table was covered. The fragrance of wine filled the air. The dishes were exquisite. I looked up at Gu Wanxin. For this woman to suddenly switch the transaction venue to Drunken Dream Tower, there was definitely another reason behind it. But I had no interest in her private affairs. I was only here to buy things. Pavilion Master Gu has gone to a lot of trouble. But I didn't come today to eat. I got straight to the point. Does Myriad Treasures Pavilion have new stock? As expected, Patriarchy is still as straightforward as ever. Gu Wanxin smiled and took out a jade slip from her robes, handing it to me. The new batch of goods has already arrived in Yunshao City. The full list is in here. Please have a look first. I accepted the jade slip and sent my divine sense inside. The goods recorded in it were more or less similar to those I had purchased last time. The overwhelming majority of them were items at profound rank mid-grade or below. As for treasures above earth rank, there were only 4 in total. In fact, it wasn't even as good as last time. I was immediately somewhat disappointed. That's all. Gu Wanxin clearly noticed my dissatisfaction. Please forgive us, Patriarchy. The amount of goods each branch pavilion can obtain from Myriad Treasures Pavilion is determined by the superior main pavilion based on a comprehensive evaluation of local conditions. Although your last purchase was incredibly generous and nearly emptied out all the goods in the Yunshao City Branch Pavilion, the main pavilion still isn't certain how much purchasing power you retain afterward. So this time, they didn't dare to transfer in too many high-grade treasures. After hearing her explanation, I felt rather speechless. Myriad Treasures Pavilion's business style was far too cautious. A bunch of merchants actually afraid that their customer couldn't afford enough things. Fine. I set the jade slip on the table. Estimate the price first. Gu Wanxin's eyes lit up immediately. As expected of patriarchy, so decisive. The total price of this batch of goods is approximately 120 billion spirit stones. However, you are Wanxin's most honored guest, so I can secure a 10% discount for you. The final price will be 108 billion spirit stones. 10% off. That was equivalent to directly cutting 12 billion spirit stones. For an ordinary force, that was already an absolutely terrifying figure. It was enough to show Gu Wanxin's sincerity. I nodded and did not refuse. Though I didn't care about this bit of spirit stones, there was no need to reject someone else's unsolicited goodwill. Bring the storage pouches. I reached out my hand. The smile on Gu Wanxin's face deepened at once, and she immediately took out a storage pouch she had prepared in advance. This pouch had clearly been specially refined, with an enormous internal space. Even 200 billion low-grade spirit stones would fit inside with room to spare. I took the pouch and transferred the spirit stones into it. The entire transaction was clean and efficient. No haggling, no wasted words, no dragging things out. After confirming that the amount of spirit stones was correct, the smile on Gu Wanxin's face turned dazzling. Patriarchy. It's rare for you to come to Drunken Dream Tower. Would you like to try one of this place's specialties? As she spoke, she sent me a meaningful look. I instantly understood what she meant. No need. I had no interest in that sort of thing. I only have a few requests. Gu Wanxin immediately put away her teasing expression and straightened in her seat. Please speak, patriarchy. I raised one finger. First, from now on, restock faster if you can. Once the goods arrive in Yunshao City, send someone to notify me directly, or come find me at the Yi family. Don't make me come here myself again. Gu Wanxin nodded. No problem. Second, among future shipments, increase the share of heavenly materials and earthly treasures as much as possible, whether they're materials for alchemy, artifact forging, or body tempering. As long as the grade is high enough, I'll take as much as you can bring. Understood. Third, I looked at her. I need treasures above earth rank. When you go back, tell the people in the main pavilion that spirit stones are not a problem for me. They don't need to keep worrying that I can't afford them. No matter how many high-grade treasures they have, send them all. Gu Wanxin memorized all my requests and said seriously, please rest assured, patriarchy. I'll set out for the Sioux City main pavilion again today. At most, within half a month, I'll return with a new batch of resources. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures won't be a problem either. It's only that treasures above earth rank already exceed my authority. As for how many I can actually transfer over, I can only do my best. I nodded. That's fine. Then I'll wait for your good news. The transaction was already finished, so there was no need for me to stay any longer. I stood up, ready to leave. But when I reached the door, I noticed that golden brown roast duck on the table again. It seemed to smell pretty good, so I casually picked it up. After spending more than 100 billion, taking a roast duck with me wasn't too much, was it? Gu Wanxin stood by the table and watched me leave the private room carrying a roast duck in one hand. For a moment, her expression turned rather odd. The dignified head of the Yi family, a man carrying unimaginable wealth. And yet, when leaving, he still didn't forget to walk off with a roast duck. This patriarchy was truly impossible to read. Some time later, the door to the private room was suddenly shoved open from outside. Bang! Song Shuang walked in with a dark expression. Gu Wanxin, what are you doing here? Gu Wanxin leaned back in her chair and slowly crossed one leg over the other. Deputy Envoy Song, aren't you meddling a little too much? Do I have to report to you what I eat, what I drink, or even when I choose to rest? You? Song Shuang was instantly furious. But just as Gu Wanxin had said, he really had no standing to interfere in such things. All he could do was give a cold snort. I'm only reminding you out of goodwill. As the pavilion master of the Yunxiao City branch, you should be devoting yourself wholeheartedly to running the pavilion, not idling your days away. The new shipment arrived so long ago, and yet you still refuse to put it on the shelves. If this continues, I will definitely report the matter truthfully to Chief Envoy Luo. Gu Wanxin lifted her wine cup and drained the fine wine in one go. Then she slowly rose to her feet. Then I won't trouble Deputy Envoy Song to concern himself over it. As it happens, what a coincidence. I was just planning to return to the main pavilion today. If Deputy Envoy Song is willing, why not travel together? Song Shuang's brows furrowed immediately. What are you going back to the main pavilion for? Gu Wanxin covered her mouth and laughed softly. To replenish stock, of course. That batch of goods that only just arrived in Yunxiao City some days ago has already sold out completely today. Another transaction worth over 100 billion spirit stones. Song Shuang's pupils contracted sharply. The smile on Gu Wanxin's face became all the more radiant. 2 transactions in a single month, together selling more than 200 billion spirit stones worth of goods. A result like that, surely even the stewards above Chief Envoy Luo will take at least some interest, don't you think? As she spoke, she slowly walked over until she stood right before Song Shuang. Less than half a step separated them. Gu Wanxin smiled sweetly and said, "Oh right. The amount of spirit stones I'm carrying this time is far too large, and Su City is very far from Yunxiao City. To avoid any accidents on the road, I hope Deputy Envoy Song can fulfill his duties and assign enough guards to ensure I reach Su City safely. Then I'll have to thank you in advance, Deputy Envoy." With that, Gu Wanxin passed by him and left the private room directly. Her steps were light, and the smile on her face never faded from beginning to end. Bang! The door shut. Song Shuang stood there alone, his face ashen. No matter how hard he thought, he still could not understand it. Who exactly was that mysterious customer? How could a place as remote as Yunxiao City suddenly produce such a terrifyingly wealthy magnate? That bitch. Where the hell did she find such a rich customer? The more Song Shuang thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he suddenly lifted his leg and kicked the chair beside him. Bang! The chair flew backward and smashed hard into the wall, shattering into pieces at once. Yi family martial grounds. A slender figure wrapped in sharp sword light spun and darted non-stop through the air. At times light as a swallow, her movements nimble and graceful. At times fierce as an eagle, her momentum violent and keen. The sword light shifted constantly with the girl's body, leaving bright afterimages across the martial grounds. Huh! With a sharp cry, Yi Huang abruptly halted. Gripping her sword with both hands, she slashed down with full force at the pitch-black strength-testing stone ahead. Buzz! A massive sword aura condensed in midair, carrying a shrill tearing sound as it slammed brutally into the stone. Boom! The incomparably tough testing stone shook violently. Fine cracks spread across it at high speed, covering the entire surface in the blink of an eye. The next moment, it exploded apart, turning into broken rocks scattered across the ground. Not bad. As expected of my daughter. I stood not far away, nodding in satisfaction. Father, hearing my voice, Yi Huang quickly sheathed her sword and ran over happily. She had only just finished training. Her fair little face was flushed red, her chest rising and falling slightly as she breathed hard. Crystal clear beads of sweat slid down from her forehead, soaking several strands of hair and sticking them tightly to her cheeks. Though she looked a little disheveled, her spirit had already climbed to its peak, and her eyes were astonishingly bright. I've mastered the 9 forms of god-slaying. Yi Huang tried hard to suppress the excitement in her heart, but the thrill in her voice simply couldn't be hidden. I reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair. Over this past month, I had watched every bit of how hard my daughter worked. Last time, I had promised her, as long as she could train the 9 forms of god-slaying to the minor mastery stage, I would allow her to follow the family's younger generation to the northern border for training. From that day onward, Yi Huang had cultivated like a madwoman. Other than eating and sleeping, she had thrown nearly all of her time into cultivation. With the added support of the calming stone, It had taken her only 1 month to successfully bring the 9 forms of godslaying to minor mastery. And not just her martial technique. Her cultivation had also broken through 2 levels during this period, reaching the 9th level of chi refining. At this stage, she had finally managed to barely catch up to the average standard of the Yi family's outstanding younger disciples. Whether in cultivation or battle strength, her progress had been astonishingly fast. Father, Yi Huang tilted up her head and looked at me with a face full of anticipation. So does that mean I can? She didn't finish the sentence, but of course I knew what she wanted to ask. Yi Long and the others will return tomorrow. This time, you'll go to the border with them. Really? Yi Huang's eyes lit up, and then she jumped up in delight. Father, I love you to death. She had worked so hard for exactly this nod of approval from me. Now it seemed that all the hardship of this month had been worth it. Look how happy that made you. I shook my head and beckoned to her. Come here. Let me check on your body tempering. Oh. Yi Huang obediently walked over. I placed my palm on top of her head and sent my divine sense into her body, examining it carefully. During the last round of body tempering, Yi Huang hadn't fully absorbed all the energy in the tempering liquid. Most of that energy had sunk into the depths of her flesh and meridians, slowly nourishing and strengthening her body as she continued cultivating. Now that a month had passed, that residual energy had basically been fully absorbed. Compared to 1 month ago, her strength and physical quality had risen by nearly 10 times. And on top of that, I discovered an unexpected pleasant surprise. Yi Huan's cultivation aptitude had actually improved somewhat as well. The increase wasn't huge, but it was real. It seemed that what truly played the key role wasn't the ordinary tempering materials, but the trace of creation force contained within the tribulation lightning. Heavenly tribulation represented destruction, but within ultimate destruction, life and transformation were likewise born. As long as it was used properly, it could fundamentally improve a person's body and aptitude. Not bad. I withdrew my hand and nodded in satisfaction. You should go back and rest well first. Tonight, I'll perform the 2nd round of body tempering on you. Once it's done, you can go as wild as you want from then on. Thank you, Father. Yi Huang immediately cheered. That very night, I carried out Yi Huang's 2nd round of body tempering. Compared with the first time, this process was much gentler. I had specifically revised the formula of the tempering liquid. Since it had already been confirmed that the creation force in tribulation lightning could improve cultivation aptitude, naturally, I would not keep my attention only on strengthening the body alone. This time, most of the power in the tempering liquid was not immediately absorbed by Yi Huang. It would remain hidden deep in her body, gradually releasing itself little by little as her age and cultivation increased, slowly awakening more of her potential. After all, cultivation was a long road. Compared with a short burst of rapid improvement, what I valued more was how far she could walk in the future. After the tempering was over, I also took out a protective talisman and personally handed it to Yi Huang. It was a high-grade talisman I had bought the first time I cleared out Myriad Treasure's pavilion. With this in hand, even if Yi Huang encountered danger at the border, she would have one more layer of protection. As for why I hadn't given it to her last time, the reason was simple. I forgot. The next day, the Yi family, which had previously been calm, suddenly became lively. The younger generation of the Yi family, who had trained outside for a full month, returned one after another. Compared to before they left, each of them had shed some of their youthfulness and gained instead a sharpness tempered by blood and fire. Some gathered together, excitedly recounting the battles that had taken place at the border. Others shared the strange and interesting things they had seen along the journey. Their words were full of excitement and lingering exhilaration. In the past, the Yi family's younger generation had never had such a large-scale chance to go out and train. Most clansmen could only cultivate around Yunshao City, occasionally taking part in family missions of relatively low danger. This trip to the border had truly let them witness the outside world. Yi Long, Yi Qian, and Yi Qian, 3 siblings, also returned with the group. Big brother, you were seriously amazing back then. Yi Qian followed beside Yi Long, excitedly gesturing as she spoke. That was a 2nd-rank high-grade wolf demon. And yet you killed it in a single spear strike. Do you know? Your title of Young Master Long has already spread across several nearby border camps. As soon as anyone brings you up, All they do is praise you to the skies. Yilong's reaction, however, was very calm. They're nothing but empty titles. For a cultivator, what matters most in the end is still personal strength. Rather than indulging in other people's praise, it's better to find ways to make yourself even stronger. Yi Qian nodded seriously. Oh right. She suddenly remembered something. I heard that Yi Xiaoxiao actually broke through to the Qi transformation realm a few days ago. Fifth uncle's younger daughter? Yilong raised a brow slightly. Fifth uncle Yi Suibao had two daughters. The elder daughter was named Yi Qinyao, only a few months younger than Yilong. She had broken through to the Qi transformation realm almost at the same time as Yilong, and now had likewise reached the third level of Qi transformation, making her another top genius of the Yi family's younger generation. As for the younger daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao, she was only 13 this year. Who would have thought she had already broken through into the Qi transformation realm as well? Fifth uncle's two daughters truly had cultivation talent, one more outstanding than the other. That's her, Yi Qian said somewhat gloomily. She's clearly younger than me, but her cultivation has already surpassed mine. And Sister Qinyao also performed exceptionally well in this border training. I heard that the people at the border even gave her the title of Fairy Yao. At this point, Yi Qian couldn't help curling her lips. In her heart, Yilong was not only her brother, but also the person she had always admired most. Now that Yi Qinyao seemed to be faintly standing shoulder to shoulder with Yilong, she naturally felt a little unconvinced. That's a good thing. Yilong, however, didn't mind in the slightest, and instead said with a smile, "The more geniuses there are in the clan, the stronger the Yi family's future will be. You shouldn't feel upset just because other people are outstanding. Of course, there's no need to become discouraged because of it either. You've already stayed at great perfection of Qi refining for a while now. As long as you keep working hard, I believe you'll break through to the Qi transformation realm very soon as well." Yi Qian nodded hard. The three of them continued walking deeper into the family grounds. After a while, Yi Qian suddenly turned and looked at Yi Qian beside her. "De Qian, what's wrong with you today? You haven't said a word since we entered the family grounds. That's not like you at all." Hearing this, Yilong also turned his head to look. Yi Qian's expression really was somewhat strange. There wasn't much joy of returning home on his face. Instead, he had kept his head lowered, as if seriously thinking about something. After a moment of silence, he let out a soft sigh. "I was just thinking about the children in those border regions. I feel a little." This trip for training had let him truly witness life in remote regions. Many ordinary people there, let alone cultivating, were struggling even to survive. Every day they had to fight against threats from demon beasts, sickness, and hunger. One wrong step, and they would lose their lives. For Yi Qian, who had grown up pampered and well provided for, it was a kind of life he had never been able to imagine before. "Oh, please," Yi Qian said in a mocking sing-song voice. "Is your saintly heart overflowing again?" "It's not like that," Yi Qian quickly protested. "I was thinking that for a family, population and talent are also forms of wealth. If we have the ability, we could absolutely select some talented children from those poor households and raise them. If they grow up successfully, they'll also become part of the Yi family's future strength. So I'm not just sympathizing with them for no reason. I'm thinking for the family too." TCH. Yi Qian rolled her eyes. "No matter how you say it, don't you still just think they're pitiful, so your saint complex is acting up again?" "I'm really not." "All right." Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Yilong spoke to stop them. He looked seriously at Yi Qian. "You really think that?" Yi Qian nodded. "That's right. For either a family or a sect, talent is indispensable. If the Yi family only relies on its own clansmen, the speed of development will ultimately be limited. If we're willing to accept talent from outside, then the Yi family's strength will definitely grow faster." Yilong considered this for a moment and nodded. "Your idea isn't wrong. For any force that wants to keep expanding, it needs enough talent. It's only that nurturing talent consumes an enormous amount of resources. And taking in outsiders also involves many problems: loyalty, management, allocation of benefits, and so on. It's not as simple as you imagine." "I know," Yi Qian said seriously, "but I think it's worth trying, at least." "How about this?" Yilong said. "Go talk to eldest uncle first, and tell him your thoughts in full. As for whether it's feasible or not, Let eldest uncle make the decision. Yi Qian thought for a moment, then nodded solemnly. All right, I'll go right now. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. Yi Qian looked worshipfully at him. You can even connect talent development with family growth. Unlike some people, who only know how to let their saintly heart overflow. Yi Qian's eyes widened immediately. No, wait. What I just told Big Brother was obviously the exact same thing, wasn't it? Yi Qian shook her head with a serious face. No, it's different. Big Brother is thinking things through carefully. You're overflowing with saintliness. Yi Qian opened his mouth. For a moment, he genuinely didn't know how to refute her. Taking in orphans? Inside the study, I looked with slight surprise at the young man standing before me. Though Yi Qian was young, he had the appearance of a refined scholar. There wasn't much of the sharp aura common to cultivators about him. Instead, he looked more like a bookish gentleman. At this moment, he was clearly somewhat nervous. You could say not simply taking them in. Yi Qian hurriedly explained. I mean selecting some among those orphans and poor children who have cultivation talent. The Yi family would provide them with the resources they need for survival and cultivation. And once they grow up, they would become part of the family's future strength. I rubbed my chin and looked him over again. Interesting. I hadn't expected him to arrive at exactly the same idea as I had. At yesterday's family meeting, I had only just proposed that the younger generation should actively seek out talented people among the common folk. And today, Yi Qian had personally come to me. That's fine. I nodded. It's a good idea. Yi Qian froze on the spot. His eyes widened, as if he hadn't heard clearly what I had just said. Eldest uncle, you agreed? I couldn't help smiling. Of course. This is something beneficial to the family's development. Why wouldn't I agree? Yi Qian stared at me blankly. In coming here today, he had actually gathered a great deal of courage. Because even he himself knew that, in this dog-eat-dog world, such an idea seemed extremely out of place. To spend one's own family's resources raising a group of people with no blood relation at all. If word of that spread, it would probably invite ridicule from many. Before coming to the study, Yi Qian had already prepared himself to be scolded. But no matter how much he had thought about it, he had never imagined that I would agree without the slightest hesitation. Calmly, decisively. That, instead, left him somewhat at a loss. Eldest uncle, Yi Qian confirmed again. You really don't object? Of course I don't object. I gave him a definite answer. Yi Qian took a deep breath, his expression excited. Eldest uncle, your support means a great deal to me. With your words, I now have the confidence to do this properly. When everyone else failed to understand him, my approval had undoubtedly given him enormous encouragement. All right. I waved a hand and smiled. If you want to do it, then do it boldly. If you run into any problems you can't solve, come find me anytime. Taking in orphans and building up a force sounded simple, but in practice it was extremely complicated. The investment of resources was actually the easiest issue to solve. What was truly difficult was how to manage them, how to cultivate their sense of identity with the Yi family, and how to balance the relationship between native clansmen and outside members. For any force, the human heart was always the most complicated thing of all. Yi Qian was still young, so it was inevitable that there would be omissions in the way he handled things. But that was fine. I could give him enough time and room to let him try slowly. Eldest uncle, don't worry. Yi Qian said seriously. I'll begin making preparations right away. Not so fast. I stopped him. No matter what you do, it's best to formulate a complete plan in advance. Let me ask you, how many people are you planning to recruit first? And how do you plan to train them? Yi Qian frowned slightly and thought seriously. A moment later, he answered, during this border training, I came into contact with quite a few people. Among them are a few children whose talent and temperament are both very good. They're worth developing. I plan to choose 3 people from among them first. I'll prioritize the ones with the best talent and who already possess a certain amount of cultivation. After that, I'll take them into the high ridge. On one hand, they can be tempered through fighting demon beasts. On the other, we can also obtain some gains within the high ridge. Once we've accumulated enough resources, we can gradually expand the scale step by step. Eldest uncle, what do you think of that arrangement? He gave his answer quickly. I nodded inwardly. Under ordinary circumstances, that arrangement really would have been good. Start with a small-scale attempt. Even if it failed, the losses wouldn't be too great. The margin for error was high. Unfortunately, what I currently needed least to worry about was resources and losses. I don't think much of it, I said flatly. You could even say it's completely small-minded. Ah. Yi Qian blinked. He had clearly not expected that the plan he had thought through so seriously would receive such an evaluation. Your vision is too narrow. I shook my head. At your pace, how long would it take before this truly formed scale? And how long before it could in turn begin supporting the family? 10 years. Or 20. I don't have that kind of patience. Yi Qian immediately looked pained. Eldest uncle, if I expand the scale of recruitment, the resources in my hands simply won't last long. Nurturing talent is something that consumes an enormous amount of spirit stones. It's only because the family recently increased our monthly allowance that I even dared propose this idea. I never even considered a larger scale before. Seeing him troubled over resources, I couldn't help laughing. What a foolish boy. Did you think that when I said I supported you, I meant only verbal support? Yi Qian asked blankly. Wasn't that the case? Of course not. I shook my head helplessly. There's something you younger people still don't know for now. The family has already decided that, while strengthening its own bloodline, it will also absorb outside talent on a large scale. As long as the plan is reasonable, the family will provide corresponding resource support. So you don't need to think about how many spirit stones you personally have. When you go back, write out the complete plan first. How many people you want to recruit, how many spirit stones you'll need, what cultivation methods, spirit artifacts, and cultivation resources you require. List it all out. Once it's finished, bring it directly to me. Since you're the first among the younger generation to proactively raise this matter, from now on, all related needs can be reported directly to me. At that point, I looked at him seriously. I have only one requirement of you. Go all out. Yi Qian walked out of the patriarch's study in a daze. Even after reaching the outside, he still felt as though none of this were real. In the courtyard, Yi Long and Yi Qian had already been waiting for quite some time. The moment they saw him come out, Yi Long immediately stepped forward. Well, did eldest uncle agree? Yi Qian did not answer at once. He turned back and glanced at the study behind him, as if still sleepwalking. Seeing his absent-minded expression, Yi Qian curled her lip. TCH. I already knew eldest uncle could never agree to a ridiculous request like that. It's not as if the Yi family has so many spirit stones they don't know where to put them. Eldest uncle agreed. Yi Qian suddenly said. What? The expression on Yi Qian's face froze instantly. Yi Qian reached into his robes and took out a small, delicate token. The token was entirely golden, with a forceful character, wind, engraved on its surface. The moment Yi Long saw this token, his face changed drastically. The patriarch's gold token. As direct descendants of the Yi family, they naturally knew what this token represented. The patriarch's gold token had only one function. Its holder could draw on family resources unconditionally. Spirit stones, cultivation methods, pills, spirit artifacts. So long as it was in the family treasury, it could be taken directly. Even in the entire Yi family, there were only a handful of people qualified to hold such a token. Probably only those core direct line stewards in charge of the family's most important affairs were eligible to receive one. Yet now, eldest uncle had actually handed something this important to Yi Qian. Had eldest uncle gone mad? Was he not afraid that Yi Qian would use this token to withdraw family resources at will? Shocked, Yilong quickly asked. Yi Qian, what exactly did you say to eldest uncle? Nothing much. Yi Qian himself still seemed confused. I just told eldest uncle my thoughts. He said he fully supported it, and even told me to make the plan bigger. Then he gave me this gold token. Yi Long and Yi Qian looked at each other. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. This was a little too rash. Such an important patriarch's gold token, just handed over like that? In that case, Yi Qian stared at the token in Yi Qian's hand, almost unable to look away. Does that mean we'll never have to worry about cultivation resources again? For younger disciples like them, this token practically represented inexhaustible resources. However, Yi Qian quickly tucked the token back into his robes. The confusion on his face gradually faded, replaced by solemnity and resolve. To me, eldest uncle's support and trust are the most precious things. This token is what eldest uncle entrusted to me, so I could carry out this plan. I will definitely do this properly. I absolutely cannot fail his trust. and I certainly won't use this token to seek personal benefit for myself. After saying that, Yi Qian stepped forward and walked firmly into the distance. Inside the study, I withdrew my divine sense from outside and couldn't help shaking my head. I just hope this kid isn't too rigid. He'd better know how to use the Patriarch's gold token to raise his own cultivation first. Today's conversation with Yi Qian made me realize something. The Yi family's young people were all excellent. Talent, temperament, ability, basically none of them had any obvious shortcomings. There was only one problem. They were too stubbornly upright. Sigh. Well, there's no helping it. These kids are just too used to being frugal. Looks like the intensity of our resource policies still needs to keep increasing. What was a cultivator's greatest dream? A truly high-grade cultivation method suited to oneself. A powerful spirit artifact of excellent quality. And cultivation resources that could never be exhausted. At the end of the day, the vast majority of conflicts and struggles in the cultivation world arose from exactly these things. There were even countless cultivators willing to pay with their lives for them. So from a certain point of view, most cultivators in this world were very poor. The Yi family used to be the same. Cultivation resources were scarce. The variety of cultivation methods was limited, and their grades were low. As for spirit artifacts above the profound rank, they were luxuries most people didn't even dare to dream of. Many possessed decent talent, yet because they lacked suitable methods and resources, they would never realize their full potential in their lifetime. That kind of poverty limited not only the speed of the clansman's cultivation, but also the upper limit of what they could ever achieve. My idea was very simple. Completely erase that limitation. I wanted everyone in the Yi family to live in an environment where resources were abundant. No need to worry about spirit stones. No need to fight desperately for cultivation methods. All they had to do was focus on cultivation and fully bring out their own talent. To that end, I called Yi Suiyun into the study. Suiyun, as quickly as possible, design a complete contribution point system. Then open up the Technique Hall, Spirit Artifact Hall, and Treasure Hall to all clansmen. Everything inside will be tied to contribution points. As long as someone is a member of the Yi family, they can use contribution points to exchange for the cultivation methods, spirit artifacts, and cultivation resources they need. Yi Suiyun carefully memorized my instructions. Big brother, I understand. This kind of system is similar to what large sects do. It can motivate the clansmen through contribution points and make them more proactive in working for the family. That's right. I nodded. But the Yi family is ultimately a family clan, not a sect. So the details can't simply be copied directly from the sect model. When sects establish a contribution system, there are usually two goals. First, to strengthen disciples' cohesion and sense of identification with the sect. Second, to use large numbers of disciples to complete tasks and generate more benefits for the sect. But we don't need that. What I lacked least of all was resources. Naturally, there was no need to make clansmen risk life and death every day outside just for a few bottles of pills or a single spirit artifact. The reason I'm establishing a contribution system is so that all clansmen will no longer need to worry about resources. That way, they can put more time and energy into cultivation. So when you design the ways contribution points are earned, that's where your focus should be. It can't be only completing tasks that earns contribution points. Yi Suiyun looked up. Then what does Big Brother mean? Breaking through in cultivation counts as contribution. I said slowly. Making achievements in alchemy, artifact forging, formations, or any other field also counts as contribution. Helping fellow clansmen also counts as contribution. Even getting married and having children should earn contribution points. Yi Suiyun's eyes widened instantly. Having children counts as contribution too? Why wouldn't it? I shot him a look. A thriving population is the true sign of a flourishing family. Passing on descendants is, of course, a contribution to the family. Not only should it should count for even more points. In short, anything that benefits the family should be included in the contribution system. After you go back, discuss it properly with Suiyu and the others, and come up with a reasonable set of standards as soon as possible. Understood. Yi Suiyun nodded and wrote it down. I had never liked handling the details personally. I was only responsible for proposing the broad policy direction and providing enough funding. As for how to actually implement it, that naturally had to be left to family stewards like Yi Suiyun. After going back, Yi Suiyun immediately summoned Yi Suyu and the others, and they spent the entire night discussing it. Before long, a preliminary set of contribution point rules was drafted. At the same time, the Technique Hall, Spirit Artifact Hall, and Treasure Hall were officially announced to be permanently open to all members of the Yi family. The moment the news spread, the entire Yi family erupted. Large numbers of younger clansmen gathered together and carefully studied the newly distributed contribution rules. I've got 1,000 starting contribution points. How many do you all have? Same here. 1,000. Looks like most clansmen start with 1,000 points. Forget the starting points for now. Hurry up and see how we're supposed to earn more later. A crowd of youngsters squeezed in front of the notice and read down line by line. Every minor breakthrough in the Qi refining realm gives 100 contribution points. Breaking through to the Qi transformation realm actually gives 3,000 all at once. Becoming a first-rank alchemist also gives 3,000 points. Artifact refiners, formation masters, and talisman makers all have similar rewards. Recruiting a genius for the family rewards 500 contribution points. Helping fellow clansmen solve problems can also earn contribution depending on the situation. What's this? Helping an old granny cross the street gives 10 points? The expressions on everyone's faces gradually turned strange, and by the time they reached the end, the whole scene suddenly fell silent. Having one child, 5,000 contribution points. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some of the clansmen present had previously heard of sect contribution systems. Under normal circumstances, sect contribution points were tied to a task system. Only by completing tasks assigned by the sect could disciples earn the corresponding points or merit. But the Yi family's contribution system covered almost everything: cultivation, study, work, helping others. Even marriage and childbirth could all earn contribution points. Especially childbirth. One child directly gave 5,000 contribution points. It was easy to imagine that, before long, the number of newborns in the Yi family would usher in an unprecedented surge. Don't get happy too early. Someone in the crowd poured cold water on the mood. Right now, we only know how to earn contribution points. We still don't know how many points it takes to exchange for those precious resources. If even an ordinary cultivation method costs tens of thousands of points, then what's the point of this system? The crowd immediately quieted down. That was true. If exchange prices were absurdly high, then no matter how many points they had, it wouldn't mean anything. Why not just go look at the 3 halls? Let's go. I'm not even hoping for a profound rank technique. I just hope these 1,000 starting points can get me a suitable yellow rank mid-grade martial skill. Large numbers of clansmen began rushing toward the 3 halls that had just been opened. But the moment they saw the exchange prices marked inside, every one of them froze. Am I seeing this right? A yellow rank low-grade cultivation method only costs 10 contribution points. Yellow rank mid-grade is only 50. Look up there. There are even profound rank techniques. One profound rank cultivation method only needs 1,000 contribution points. Too bad each person can only exchange for at most 2. Be satisfied. In the past, even if you had spirit stones, you might not have had the chance to come into contact with profound rank techniques. And besides, with cultivation methods, the more you bite off, the less you can chew. My heavens, a yellow rank low-grade spirit sword only costs 50 contribution points. One young clansman held the spirit sword he had just exchanged for, so excited that tears filled his eyes. I finally have a spirit sword of my own. The entire Yi family was shaken. Not only were the resources in the 3 halls numerous in variety, but the exchange prices were shockingly low. It could no longer even be called cheap. It was practically no different from being given away for free. For a time, all the clansmen's sense of belonging toward the family rose at astonishing speed. As for Patriarch Yi Suifeng, who had established this policy, he was praised by countless clansmen. Outside the Spirit Artifact Hall, a young girl with 2 braided pigtails hugged a sword in her arms, her face full of excitement. Big sister, our eldest uncle is just way too handsome. The girl was none other than Yi Suibao's younger daughter, Yi Xiaoxiao. In her hand, she held a long sword faintly glowing with spiritual light, and her slender fingers lightly stroked along the blade. That gentle look was as if she were caressing the most precious treasure in the entire world. Standing beside her was an older girl. She carried a cool, detached temperament and a beautiful face. This was none other than the fairy Yao, Yi Qin Yao, whose name had recently grown quite famous on the border. Xiao Xiao. Yi Qin Yao reminded her helplessly. This is a profound rank spirit artifact. Its edge is extremely sharp. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Yi Xiao Xiao waved her hand dismissively. Dear Fairy Yao, don't worry. I'm a Qi transformation cultivator now. How could I possibly get injured by a mere spirit sword? Ah. Before she could finish, Yi Xiao Xiao suddenly cried out. She lowered her head and saw that a tiny cut had already appeared on her finger, with a bright red bead of blood slowly emerging. Yi Xiao Xiao quickly stuffed her finger into her mouth. Yi Qin Yao shook her head speechlessly. We each only got 1,000 initial contribution points. Using all of yours at once to exchange for this profound rank spirit sword is a bit wasteful. With her finger in her mouth, Yi Xiao Xiao replied indistinctly. Not wasteful at all. The moment I laid eyes on it, I knew it was fated for me. In the future, this spirit sword will definitely shine with its brightest brilliance in my hands. Then she let out a sigh. It's just a pity I broke through too early. If I had broken through to the Qi transformation realm a few days later, I could have gotten an extra 3,000 contribution points. But that's fine. I'm Yi Xiao Xiao after all. Even in the Qi transformation realm, I'll still advance by leaps and bounds. With my talent, won't I have as many contribution points as I want sooner or later? Yi Xiao Xiao always seemed to have endless things to say. Standing beside Yi Qin Yao, she chattered nonstop. Yi Qin Yao, by contrast, was much quieter. Most of the time, she simply listened at the side. Oh right, big sister. Once the cut on her finger stopped bleeding, Yi Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered something. I heard that Yilong's reputation at the border this time has become really impressive too. And a lot of clansmen have already started gathering around him of their own accord. His faction is getting pretty big now. But we only have the two of us. How about we find some helpers too? Otherwise, sooner or later, we'll definitely get outmatched by Yilong. Yi Qin Yao glanced at her and gently shook her head. We're all members of the Yi family. No matter what we do on the border, it's all for the sake of the family. If the goal is the same, why must we insist on competing with one another? It's enough just to do our own part well. Hearing that answer, Yi Xiao Xiao puffed out her lips. You really are too indifferent to fame and gain. Compared to the Yi family, I think a nunnery might suit you better. Yi Qin Yao couldn't even be bothered to respond. Yi Xiao Xiao's eyes darted around as she started planning on her own. Forget it. If you won't recruit people, I'll do it myself. Let me think. Who should I pull in first? Sister Huang seems like a good choice. Her strength is a bit lacking right now, but she's still the patriarch's daughter. With how generous eldest uncle is these days, maybe we can even mooch a profound rank spirit sword off Sister Huang. And there's little sister Zihan from 4th uncle's branch. She's only 13 this year, but she's already at the 10th layer of Qi refining. Her talent may be a bit worse than mine, but she still barely has half my elegance. Once I recruit them all, we can form a Yi family girl group. At that point, we'll definitely be able to suppress those people hanging around Yilong. The more Yi Xiao Xiao spoke, the more excited she became, as though she could already see her all-girls team dominating the Yi family's younger generation. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she added, but not Yi Qian. That girl is a complete and utter BrotherCon addict. She sticks to Yilong all day long, so she definitely wouldn't join us. After resting for a few days, the Yi family's younger generation set out once more for the High Ridge border. Yi Huang was going too. 2 days before departure, Yi Xiao Xiao specially came running over to find me and patted her chest as she promised. Patriarch, don't worry. If little Huang follows me, then if anyone dares touch her, I'll be the first to charge in. After saying that, she circled around me once, her eyes full of ingratiating flattery. And Patriarch, you've been getting more and more handsome lately. Really, there isn't a second one like you in all of Yunxiao City. High cultivation, great bearing, and especially affectionate toward the younger generation. I held my teacup and watched her continue the performance. Only when she had praised me so much that she was clearly running out of material did I finally raise a hand to stop her. If you want something, just say it. Yi Xiao Xiao's face turned red. What do you mean? Everything I said came from the heart. All right. I took out 2 bracelets and tossed one each to her and Yi Qin Yao. Profound rank high grade. Yi Qingyao remained fairly composed, but Yi Xiaoxiao bounced on the spot, clutching the bracelet and nearly laughing aloud. Patriarch, you're the best. I crooked a finger at them. The two girls immediately stepped closer. There's something I need to make clear in advance. When Yi Huang goes to the border, you don't need to care about her status. If she should fight, let her fight. If she should kill, let her kill. It doesn't matter if she gets hurt a little either, as long as she doesn't actually die. Yi Xiaoxiao froze. But she's your daughter. And because she's my daughter, she absolutely cannot be raised into uselessness. I stared at her. Do you understand? Yi Xiaoxiao put away her smile and nodded hard. Understood. A few days later, I personally saw them off from the Yi family. Yi Huang turned back and glanced at me. Father, I'm leaving. Go on. When I come back, I'll definitely be stronger. I smiled. Then I'll be waiting. The group quickly departed into the distance. As for me, I turned and returned to the study, continuing to go through the cultivation methods, martial skills, and training insights I had bought from Gu Wanxin. I had traded with her twice. The manuals I bought back had already filled the entire study, and the more I read, the more certain I became of one thing. This world's cultivation system was powerful, but it was also chaotic. In ancient times, the human race bathed in the light of the sun, moon, and stars, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and was the first to grasp transcendent power. Later, humans imitated how demon beasts inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy, and after constant exploration through war, eventually opened up a complete cultivation path. Cultivation methods, martial skills, alchemy, formations, talismans. There were so many categories it was almost frightening. But the problem lay precisely there. Too much, too mixed, and far too intricate. I closed the cultivation manual and shook my head. Everyone's physique, meridians, and talents were different. So everyone had to search for a cultivation method suited to themselves. Find the right one and soar to the heavens. Choose wrong, and you could remain stuck at the bottom for life. What was even more troublesome was that ordinary cultivators had no choice at all. Whatever they could get, they had to cultivate. As for whether it suited them, survival came first. I raised my hand, and a mass of white spiritual energy rolled in my palm. What if there were a cultivation method that anyone could cultivate? No regard for background, no regard for resources, not even bound too tightly by talent. As long as one was alive, one could step onto that path. In the world of my previous life, there was something called basic education. Everyone first established the same foundation, and only afterward, according to talent and interest, chose different directions. Cultivation could work the same way. What I wanted to create was not a single branch, but the trunk that could support all branches. Then we begin from spiritual energy. I clenched my fingers, and the spiritual energy vanished instantly. At the Qi refining realm, one absorbs spiritual energy, opens the meridians, and tempers the body. At the Qi transformation realm, one refines spiritual energy, condenses a cloud of Qi within the Dantian, and truly takes control of power. When all was said and done, the only real difference between cultivation methods lay in how spiritual energy circulated. Different meridian routes would produce completely different results. Some were fierce and forceful. Some were soft and yielding. Some carried fire. Some drew thunder. But if I wanted universality, then it could not be too complicated. The human body's meridians were as dense as a spider web, but among them were 9 main meridians that every person possessed. Then I'll use those 9. With a wave of my hand, I condensed a luminous screen. A map of the human meridian network unfolded upon it. The 9 main meridians reached upward toward the soul, downward toward the Dantian, and behind them tugged at life's very origin. If any one of them had a problem, the consequences could be fatal. Opening all 9 at once. No one in the past had dared to imagine such a thing. I dared, because what others couldn't see through, I could. And the results others did not dare deduce, I could redo over and over again. Stage 1. Open the 9 meridians, corresponding to the Qi refining realm. Stage 2. Use the 9 meridians to nourish the body and turn and refine the Dantian, corresponding to the Qi transformation realm. If the energy absorbed is too mixed, then I'll simply establish another purification system. I stared at the glowing screen, and gradually my eyes began to shine. Countless sparks of starlight were born and extinguished within my gaze. The deductions began. One route didn't work? Change it. Three main meridians conflicted? Recombine them. The dantian couldn't bear it? Keep modifying. The soul was being affected? Overturn everything and start again. Day after day passed. Suiyin came to find me once. He never entered. Yi Huang returned from the border once as well, but she too was blocked outside the study by the force surrounding it. I saw no one. This time, I had to thoroughly open the path. After a full 2 months, the luminous screen before me finally stopped changing. Countless meridian routes rapidly contracted, condensing into a glowing white manual. The last page slowly closed. The starlight in my eyes faded with it. At last, it's done. I leaned back in my chair and let out a long breath. The last time I improved the 9 swords of God-slaying, it had only taken me the time of 1 cup of tea. But creating this cultivation method had taken a full 2 months. Because this was not revision. It was opening a road. A brand new road no one had ever walked before. And what it could absorb was not just spiritual energy. The essences of sun and moon, the source force of heaven and earth, demon chi, even demonic chi. It could all be drawn in, then purified through the 9 meridians and transformed into one's own power. I raised a finger and carved 3 words into the cover of the manual. Origin, primordial art. The beginning of all methods. The foundation of all paths. The study doors burst open. Suiyun, who had been guarding outside the whole time, immediately rushed in. Big brother, you've finally come out of seclusion. What is it? Did something happen at home? No. Suiyun let out a breath of relief. These past 2 months, everything in the family has been normal. The beast tied at the border has basically subsided. The main force has mostly withdrawn, and only the younger generation remains there cleaning up the remaining demon beasts. He paused, and a smile appeared on his face. And they also followed your instructions and took the initiative to help ordinary cultivators. The results are almost absurdly good. How absurd? In less than 3 months, the major cities under the Yi family's name have raised their evaluation of us by several whole levels. In some places, they already treat the Yi family like some sacred existence. Sacred? I frowned. What I want is strength, not for people to put the Yi family on an altar. What about those cultivators? Has anyone come to join us? Too many. Suiyun answered immediately. At the moment, over 100 cultivators have already arrived in Yunshao City on their own and requested to join the Yi family. Most of them are in the qi refining realm, and their talents vary wildly. Keep them all. Suiyun froze. All of them? Yes. I tapped the table. The Yi family isn't a sect. We don't need to keep our eyes fixed only on geniuses. Those with good talent can fight. Those skilled at management can handle our businesses. Those with careful minds can work in intelligence. Even if their cultivation is ordinary, there are still positions suited to them. I looked at him. Your job is not to pick out the strongest people. It is to place each person where they ought to be. And don't skimp on cultivation resources either. If the beginning is done well, then the number of people who come to join the Yi family will only continue to rise. Suiyun's eyes lit up. At this rate, within a few years, the Yi family's population may grow several times over. And quite a few of the younger ones in the clan have already accepted followers. Seeing the smile he could barely hold back, I cut straight through it. You're talking about Yi Qian, aren't you? Haha, not just Qianer. Suiyun laughed twice. Yi Long, Yi Qinyao, and the others have all gathered quite a few followers too. Oh right, and Little Huang as well. My hand paused slightly. What about Little Huang? She, Qinyao, Xiao Xiao, Zihan, and some of the other girls in the clan formed a faction called the Heavenly Luan Hall. Right now, Heavenly Luan Hall has quite a reputation on the border, and quite a few wandering cultivators have already begun following them. The nominal leaders are Qin Yao and Little Huang. But since Qin Yao doesn't like managing things, the one actually making most of the decisions is basically Little Huang. I was somewhat surprised. I let her go out to gain experience, and instead she directly pulled together a whole force. And her strength? At that, Suiyun's expression immediately turned serious. Big brother, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you. What exactly is going on with Little Huang? In just a bit over 2 months, she's already broken through to the 12th layer of qi refining, and her battle power is extremely strong. Even Yi Long doesn't dare say for certain he could beat her. The more Suiyun spoke, the more excited he became. At this rate, a few months from now, when the Yunxiao city battle comes around, she absolutely has to be counted in. She only hadn't found her own path before. I answered casually, but Suiyun edged closer with a mischievous look. Only a late bloomer, really? Why do I feel like it's more that Big Brother gave her special treatment? Maybe some of the other children in the clan also have late blooming potential. How about you give them a little extra care too? I glanced at him. Wipe that anxious monkey look off your face. Once this period of training is over, I'll look at their performances. Anyone worth cultivating, I naturally won't shortchange. Good. Suiyun agreed immediately, as if afraid I might take the words back. I asked again. I was in seclusion for 2 months and didn't give you any spirit stones during that time. Did the family's operations run into any problems? No. Suiyun's expression turned somewhat odd. Last time you gave me 18.2 billion spirit stones and told me to spend them all within a month. To be honest, it's a good thing you went into seclusion. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known where to spend that much spirit stone. Seeing the lingering fear on his face, I felt somewhat helpless. Having money and not being able to spend it. That, too, counted as a kind of trouble. But this seclusion had reminded me of something. If the next seclusion lasted even longer, then sooner or later the Yi family's cash flow would be affected. I casually took out a storage pouch and tossed it to Suiyun. Take it. What is it? Suiyun opened the pouch and, after only one glance, froze on the spot. His hand began to tremble. Big Brother, inside this. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Suiyun jerked his head up. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Converted, that was 100 trillion ordinary spirit stones. A fortune like that was enough to make countless powers kill with red eyes. From now on, you will manage it at your own discretion. I stared at him and said each word clearly. There is only one requirement. Within reasonable limits, provide the clansmen with the best cultivation environment possible. For a long time to come, the Yi family has only 2 goals. Cultivate. Expand. Suiyun held the pouch in both hands, and the smile vanished completely from his face. He understood clearly that what I had handed him was not a number. It was the future of the entire Yi family. Big Brother, I absolutely won't disappoint you. I'll make sure every spirit stone is used where it should be. I nodded. Has Gu Wanxin come by recently? She has. Suiyun took out 3 storage rings. She said these were the resources agreed upon before. There are seals on the rings. I couldn't open them. I took the rings and casually wiped away the seals. Inside the 3 rings were all cultivation supplies. Cultivation methods, pills, spiritual herbs, weapons, everything one could want. There was also a list left inside. The total price came to more than 430 billion spirit stones, still discounted by 10%. At the end of the list, there was even a strand of Gu Wanxin's divine sense. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, patriarchy. The tone was light and playful. I smiled. We had agreed to trade once every half month. But right after making that arrangement, I had gone into seclusion for 2 months. Yet Gu Wanxin had not stopped. She still sent batch after batch of resources according to schedule. With cargo of that scale, and no spirit stones being recovered for such a long time, the pressure she was under must have been enormous. Yet she still sent them. This woman really knows how to do business. What she was betting on was my strength. And also my credibility. Now, she had won that gamble. I emptied one of the storage rings, put in the full amount of spirit stones, and then used the trace of divine sense she had left behind to place a new seal over it. No one but her could open it. I tossed the ring to Suiyun. The other 2 contain resources. Handle them as you see fit. As for this one, deliver it to Myriad Treasure's pavilion and place it in Gu Wanxin's hands personally. Suiyun caught the ring. Seeing the mountain-like pile of resources inside, he barely had much reaction anymore. Good. If he was going to work under me, then the first thing he had to learn was numbness toward wealth. We dealt with a few more family matters. Not long after Suiyun left, however, he turned back and returned. Big Brother, I almost forgot something. More than a month ago, 4 young people came looking for you. They said they had seen you at the outer region of the Qinggu High Ridge. I thought for a moment and quickly remembered. Back when I was undergoing tribulation, I had casually saved 4 young people who had nearly been killed by demon beasts. Before leaving, I had also given them a promise. Where are they now? I kept them in the clan. Well arranged. The moment I said that, my gaze fell upon the origin primordial art on the table. The new cultivation method was complete, but whether it could really suit ordinary cultivators still needed to be personally tested. And now, hadn't ready-made candidates just arrived? Wait, bring them to see me. Not long after, 3 men and 1 woman stood beneath the willow tree in the courtyard. All 4 were very nervous, especially the long-haired young man standing at the front. He didn't seem to know where to put either his hands or his feet. I pour tea for them. Have you gotten used to staying in the Yi family? Yes. The long-haired young man answered immediately. The Yi family has treated us very well. They arranged lodging and meals for us. We've also helped the clan with work and received quite a few cultivation resources. That's good. I gestured for them to sit. The 4 exchanged glances, but not one of them dared move. I didn't force them. I still don't know your names. The long-haired young man hurriedly introduced them. My name is Feng Ji. He's Ma Fong, the one who was most seriously injured last time. The one beside him is Yu Pengyi, and her name is Lu Hong. The 4 clasped their fists at the same time. Greetings, Senior Yi. No need to be so nervous. I looked at them. I called you here today because there's something I need your help with. Feng Ji stepped forward without hesitation. Senior saved our lives. As long as you give the word, whether climbing mountains of blades or crossing seas of fire, we won't retreat. Don't say it too early. I placed the origin primordial art on the table. I've just created a cultivation method. It is completely different from the existing cultivation system. I think very highly of it, but no one has ever cultivated it before. All 4 of their expressions changed at once. I did not hide anything. To put it plainly, I need test subjects. If you succeed, you may step onto a path no one has ever walked before. If you fail, your cultivation may be completely destroyed. You may even die. The courtyard fell silent instantly. I lifted my teacup. You can refuse. Even if you choose not to cultivate it, you can still remain in the Yi family. I won't force you. This was no small matter. Recultivating a cultivation method meant gambling with one's own life. They remained silent, so I waited. After a while, Ma Fong suddenly stepped forward and dropped to one knee. Senior, I'm willing. Feng Ji abruptly turned to look at him. Ma Fong did not waver. My life was yours to begin with. You saved it. My status is low, and I don't even know how to repay you. Now that you need people to test a cultivation method, I have no reason to back down. This life of mine, I place in your hands. The moment those words fell, Feng Ji also stepped out. Just now I was the one who said we'd climb mountains of blades and cross seas of fire. If I back out now, I won't even be able to respect myself. I'll cultivate it too. Lu Hong and Yu Pengyi looked at each other and stepped forward at the same time. We're in as well. The 4 stood shoulder to shoulder before me. Not one of them retreated. I set down my teacup and smiled. Children of great families understood profit. Wandering cultivators understood loyalty even better. These 4 had not disappointed me. Have you thought it through? We absolutely won't regret it. Good. I rose to my feet, and my divine sense instantly enveloped the 4 of them. Their cultivation, meridians, and dantians all appeared clearly before me. Feng Ji, 8th layer of Qi refining, average talent. Ma Fong, 6th layer of Qi refining, below average talent. Lu Hong, 6th layer of Qi refining, below average talent. Yu Pengyi, 7th layer of Qi refining, average talent. All 4 had extremely messy cultivation foundations. That was hardly strange. Wandering cultivators had no right to choose their cultivation methods. They cultivated whatever they could find. Even if the method conflicted with their own bodies, they could only grit their teeth and continue. Feng Ji, Ma Fong, you 2 will disperse all your cultivation and start over from scratch with the origin primordial art. Their expressions changed slightly, but neither refused. Then I turned to the other 2. Lu Hong, Yu Pengyi, you 2 will retain your original cultivation while simultaneously cultivating the origin primordial art. 2 groups, 2 methods. One group starts from 0. The other attempts fusion and conversion. You only need to do as instructed. I'll be watching from the side. You won't die. Hearing the final 3 words, all 4 visibly relaxed. I lifted a hand and pointed out 4 rays of spiritual light. The light sank into their brows. All the essential mysteries of the opening chapter of the Origin Primordial Art were directly engraved into their souls. Begin. Feng Ji and Ma Fong exchanged glances, then simultaneously shattered their cultivation. Bang! Spiritual energy erupted out of their bodies. Their faces turned deathly pale at once. The power they had cultivated for years dispersed completely within just a few breaths. That feeling was certainly not pleasant, but they clenched their teeth and forced themselves not to cry out. Immediately after, all four began circulating the Origin Primordial Art at the same time. The first main meridian opened. Spiritual energy flowed into the body. No conflict. The second main meridian opened. The pace remained stable. The third. I stood at the side, my divine sense locked tightly onto every change within the four of them. Where something was obstructed, where conflict appeared, where revisions were needed. I noted it all down and rapidly continued refining the cultivation method. Only after night had fallen did the four of them gradually come to a stop. Feng Ji opened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Senior, even though I dispersed my cultivation, the speed at which I reabsorb spiritual energy is at least 3 times faster than before. Lu Hong also spoke excitedly. My old cultivation method didn't conflict with the Origin Primordial Art at all. The Origin Primordial Art is even purifying the spiritual energy I already had. Ma Fong clenched his fists tightly. I can feel it. My body is getting stronger. Yu Pingyi's breathing grew quick. This is only the first time cultivating it. If we keep going, he didn't continue, because all four of them understood what this meant. They had won the gamble. At least the first step, they had won. Don't celebrate too early. I cut them off. The cultivation method still hasn't been completely perfected. When you go back tonight, write down every problem you encountered during cultivation. Without my permission, you are not to continue on your own. The four clasped their fists together. Understood. Not long after they left, Sui Yun burst into the courtyard. This time, there was no smile on his face. Only rage he could barely contain. Big brother, something's happened. I looked up. Speak. You told me to send people to Myriad Treasures Pavilion for the transaction, so I had Suhu take a team there. The transaction was completed, but they were ambushed on the way back. My gaze turned cold. What about the goods? All of it was taken. And Suehu? He's heavily injured and unconscious. He was just brought back to the family. Sui Yun clenched his fists so tightly that veins bulged on the backs of his hands. Master Zhang Ziming already examined him. Suehu's dantian is shattered, every meridian in his body is severed, and even his soul has suffered severe trauma. At that point, Sui Yun's eyes had gone red. Master Zhang said he can't be saved. The air suddenly fell still. That batch of supplies was worth over 100 billion. It wasn't strange that someone might covet it. But they hadn't only robbed the goods. They wanted to kill my brother too. Now this was no longer about money. Take me to Suehu. I stood up. Sui Yun grit his teeth, his emotions finally exploding as he turned toward the outside and shouted furiously. He didn't actually voice any specific curse, but the look on his face, that look that seemed ready to tear the murderers apart with his bare hands, said more than enough. Don't be in such a hurry to rage. I walked past him. As long as Suehu still has one breath left, I can drag him back. Sui Yun jerked his head up. Big brother, you can save him? Yes. I did not slow my steps. And as for the people who made the move, they dared rob my goods and cripple my brother. Then they had best already have chosen their graves. Find one, kill one. Trace one clan, exterminate one clan. If they dared reach their hands toward the Yi family, then they can forget about living long enough to pull them back.